Soon after, Sunny found himself in a very strange situation. He was left alone with 3 emissaries of the great clan Valor, Changing Star, Morgan, and Whispering Blade himself. 2 of the most powerful people in the world were right there in front of him, speaking with each other casually. And, of course, Nephice was there too. The waiting room they had been led to was comfortable and spacious. Food and refreshments had been served by the staff members, and it seemed as if the 4 of them were having a friendly get-together back in NQSC. The only difference was that everyone was wearing armor, well, except for Sunny himself. Still, he fit right in with the members of Clan Valor due to his black tunic. He sighed. Speak about strange bedfellows. That is what they call sleeping with the enemy, wait. Neither of these sentences sounds right. Lamenting the poor sense of whoever had come up with these idioms, Sunny reached for a plate and loaded it with all kinds of food. Supplies were a sore point for the evacuation army, but Wake of Ruin must have decided to go all out today. There were a lot of things on the table that would have been almost impossible to procure anywhere in Antarctica, except maybe on the black market new N0 Vel chapters are published on. The pile of food attracted the attention of Morgan, who observed him for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow. Her vermilion eyes had a hint of amusement in them. Are you very hungry, Master Sunless? He glanced at her somberly, then shook his head. Well, if you must know. I spent the last couple of weeks in the wilderness, scouting out the migration routes of a horde of nightmare creatures. Then, I had to lend a hand in a battle against a corrupted tyrant, and came to meet you pretty much immediately after that. But, no. I'm not that hungry. He leaned back and raised his heavy plate. However, one of the first things Antarctica teaches you is to eat when you can. Who knows when I'll have a chance to have a proper meal again? Whispering Blade chuckled. So, not too different from subjugating the dream realm, then. Morgan is a bit too young to remember, but back when human territory was actively expanding, it wasn't rare for Awakened to spend years in hellish conquests of untamed regions. Good food was more precious than soul shards. The saint looked at his niece with an outwardly benevolent expression and smiled. Sunny glanced at her over his plate and smiled. I am not going to lie. I did regret that decision myself, a couple of times. Then, he shrugged and turned his attention back to the food. However, what's done is done. And hey, that's fate for you. Despite everything, we are still going to end up fighting side by side. And maybe even against each other. When that happens, your regret will only grow. Morgan nodded. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little cold, indeed. Life is truly unpredictable. The first time we met, it was because you had caused a certain person to escape his prison, and played a role in the death of one of Valor's saints. And now, we might be seeing that person very soon, and you are enjoying a meal with me. What a funny turn of events. Sunny looked at her for a few moments, then shook his head. You're right, it's kind of funny. However, you are wrong if you think that we'll see that guy. Knowing him, you won't see him coming up until the moment he plunges a knife in your back. Whispering Blade's face slowly grew dark. Looking at Sunny, he said in a neutral tone. From your words, it's hard to understand whether you despise that abomination or admire him, ascended Sunless. Sunny laughed. No matter how I feel about that guy, the point is, I would prefer to do it from a distance. Saint Maddox studied him for a moment, then nodded. Wise. Hearing that, Morgan chuckled. Indeed. Then, Master Sunless, let's wait and see how good your luck is. After that, all casualness drained from Morgan's voice. When she looked at Nephice, her face was just like it had been the moment she tore Sunny's heart apart in the dreamscape, cold and sharp, emanating a sense of lethal danger without her even trying to. How much does he know? Hearing that question, Neff shrugged slightly. Her answer was simple, enough. Morgan sighed, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. I see. That makes it easier. I'll speak comfortably, then. Sunny studied the two of them for a few moments, then asked with a bit of curiosity in his voice, really? Aren't you concerned that I'll report everything you say to Saint Cor? New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Whispering Blade chuckled. He was mostly keeping silent before, but it was impossible to mistake him for a passive observer. Just by sitting there, the Elder of Clan Valor radiated a sense of overwhelming, domineering power. It was as though he owned this room, or every room he found himself in, rather. Saint Madoc glanced at Sunny with indifference. So what if you do? And that was it. That was all he had to say to make Sunny understand that Whispering Blade did not care if Wake of Ruin knew all about their conversations, not because there was nothing to hide, but simply because the government was not anywhere near being in a position to act on such information. Sunny grew quiet. That was right. Madoc didn't have to explain. With myriads of abominations flooding the continent, a saint with the power to subjugate them would be a nightmare to fight against. Who needs transcendent echoes when you can have corrupted creatures serving you? Still, there had to be a limit to Beastmaster's power. No one was invulnerable. Suddenly, Nephi sent him a mental message. What do you think? Sunny sighed. He knew a bit about Dire Fong, the vassal saint of Song who had been sent to the southern quadrant at the start of the campaign. He was a savage and tremendously lethal fighter, and also an aloof and reticent loner. In terms of power, Sunny would have put him above Cormac, but below Tyrus. So, then, the opposing forces were like this. On one side, there were Dire Fong and two adopted daughters of Qi Song, Silent Stalker and Beastmaster. There was also Mordred, most likely. On the other side, there were Saint Tyrus, Whispering Blade, and one more transcendent of Clan Valor. Since Madoc did not mention the latecomer, that person must not have been on the same level as him, perhaps comparable to Silent Stalker. There were also Morgan and Nephice. And Cassie. People who underestimated the unassuming blind girl were doomed to end up in early graves. He lingered for a moment, then responded, "It seems like the odds are stacked slightly in Valor's favor." Nephice looked at him calmly. "I agree. And that is precisely why we should feel nervous." Sunny blinked. Us? Since when do I care about what Song has in store for Valor? Granted, he was a special envoy now. He would be accompanying the forces of Valor across East Antarctica, and maybe even beyond. That put him in a wonderful position to keep an eye on the actions of the great clan. But it also meant that should Song stage a sudden attack on their enemy, he would be directly in the way. But what exactly are they hiding in their sleeve? At that moment, Morgan suddenly looked at him and said, her voice tinged with a bit of curiosity. "Oh, there's also going to be a third daughter. An Ascended. Song Saishan. Little is known about her, considering that she had spent close to a decade lost in the dream realm. The two of you would know her better than me, since she also comes from the Forgotten Shore. So, what is she like?" Sunny and Nephice glanced at each other, feeling unease. After a few moments of silence, he answered, "Trouble. If I had to describe her with one word, it would be that she's trouble." Before too long, it was time to meet the emissaries of Song. Sunny found himself feeling a bit curious. After all, he was not too familiar with the great clan that ruled the northwest reaches of the human territories in the Dream Realm. By all accounts, the Song clan was no less storied and powerful than Valor. Its foundation had not been as great, but after Qi Song rose to prominence and became one of the first humans to transcend, the power of her clan utterly eclipsed that of the older, better established legacy families. As far as Sunny could remember knowing anything, Clan Song was one of the three most exalted powers in the world. Their influence spread far and wide, and their home in the Dream Realm, Ravenheart, an ancient palace built between the snowy peaks and smoldering volcanoes of an impregnable mountain chain, was universally considered one of the great citadels of humanity. With a population rivaling that of Bastion, Ravenheart was a beautiful and severe place, from what Sunny knew. Strangely enough, it was not nearly as popular and well-known as the colossal castle that Clan Valor ruled. In fact, the whole great Clan Song was a little mysterious. The image of Bastion was etched into the minds of all humans by countless dramas and films, with countless stories of romance and valor taking place in its stone walls. The land of snow and ash where Clan Song ruled, however, was rarely depicted, and when it was always to show something distant and exotic. Whether it was because Qisong did not care about mundane fame, or because Anvil put more effort into building the public image of his clan, Sunny did not know. He did, however, know that through pure coincidence, his own path had also mostly crossed with the representatives of Clan Valor. Valor were the ones in control of the northernmost territory carved out by humanity in the Dream Realm, where it brushed against the Hollow Mountains, and so, that was where he had gone after becoming an awakened. From the sanctuary of Noctis to the Night Temple, Sunny had met many servants of Anvil of Valor, killing some of them, and then had the misfortune of meeting the Sovereign's son in the flesh. With the complications that followed, it was fair to say that he knew Valor pretty well. The same could not be said about Song, though, all his experience with that domain was limited to having met Saishan in the Dark City. Even then, Sunny was not at all close with the former leader of the Handmaidens, so it was not like she had shared stories of her clan with him. So, naturally, Sunny was curious. His curiosity was mixed with a bit of dread, though. They entered the spacious reception hall once again. This time, it was Wake of Ruin who had been waiting there for some time, speaking quietly with Jet. The staff member who had escorted Sunny and the emissaries of Valor tactfully disappeared, and the Gaunt Saint greeted them with a curt nod. "You're here. I hope you rested well. There is a lot to discuss, so we probably won't be sleeping tonight." Whispering Blade smiled coldly. "Wouldn't dream of it." Sunny blinked a couple of times, startled. However, Sunny could not forget her other, monstrous face. He had seen her transform into a hideous creature during the siege of the Crimson Spire, after all. And even before that, he had seen what her victims looked like after being drained of blood. He sighed mentally. Monsters, beautiful monsters. Are all of Qisong's adopted daughters like that? What the hell has she done to them? And speaking of monsters. Finally, he looked at the fourth member of Song's vanguard. It was a middle-aged man in heavy armor, his face bleak and unfamiliar. His eyes, however, were perfectly human, with not even a hint of a mad prince hiding in their depths. Sunny frowned. "Yeah. I am not fooled. There's no chance that Mordred would miss on an opportunity to come and wage war against Valor. It's you, isn't it, bastard?" He lingered for a few moments, and then addressed the bleak man. "Long time no see." The bleak man looked back at him, a masterfully crafted expression of confusion appearing on his face. His lips parted in a polite smile. "I am sorry. I don't think we've met." The smile almost looked mocking. Sunny shook his head, then looked away. Wake of Ruin frowned slightly. His grating voice sounded a little irritated. "Now that everyone is here, let's skip the introductions. I extend my gratitude to the elders of the Great Clan Valor and the Great Clan Song, for coming to our aid in the time of need. Come, let's start, we need to discuss the war." Sunny had been relying on Army Command to keep him alive for about half a year now, but weirdly enough, he had never been to the actual headquarters of the evacuation army. To be fair, Army Command had no definite location. It was spread across many siege capitals, strongholds, and even continents, all of them connected into a seamless network both by technology and aspect abilities of the awakened officers. Most of the staff was here in Antarctica, like the members of the department where Kim was currently working, but not all of them. That said, the underground fortress below the building where the reception hall was located seemed like the closest thing to the heart of Army Command. It was a hive of activity, with countless people, both mundane and awakened, hurrying feverishly to accomplish a myriad of tasks in a timely manner. Their work might not have seemed as dire as what the soldiers on the front lines were going through, but it was nevertheless just as vital. Without efficient and timely support and management, the evacuation campaign would be doomed to end in a bloody disaster. From updating the status of various areas in relation to the strength of the call in them to compiling data about countless nightmare creatures and guiding troop movements, Army Command was the brain of the army. Without the brain, the body would be utterly useless. Somewhere in here, there was also an office where the allocation of contribution points was decided. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have felt his heart start to beat faster, but right now, he was fully concentrating on something else. His eyes were glued to the bleak man, who was walking behind Beastmaster and Xianxia while acting perfectly unassuming. Or at least as unassuming as a master could be. Army command was, indeed, absolutely vital to the war effort. It was also a treasure trove of access and information. It would certainly be a shame if a particular psychopath got loose in its very heart. But what can I do? Sunny might have known who Mordred was and what he was capable of, but as far as stopping the Prince of Nothing went, there was little to be done. Which was both unnerving and incredibly frustrating. Luckily, Sunny was not alone in his frustration. Morgan and Maddock also threw somber glances at the unassuming master from time to time, their eyes cold and sharp. Skytide had a complicated expression on her usually stoic face, as well. Only Nephi seemed unconcerned, and why would she be? Of the 5 of them, she was the only one who had never met the Prince of Nothing. She would learn to be wary of him soon, though. Probably. In truth, their goals were closely aligned. There was no telling what Changing Star would do if she met Mordred face to face. Actually, the same went for Sunny. Despite his wariness and hostility, the Prince of Nothing was not necessarily his enemy. It was just that Sunny knew how inhumanly ruthless and blood-chillingly cruel Mordred could be, if it suited his goals. And how cunning he was. That was why Sunny could not remain calm at the prospect of someone like that going on a rampage across Antarctica. Would Mordred care how many innocent people burned in the flames of his retribution? Most definitely not. But what can I do? The same question returned, gnawing at Sunny. There were many things he could do, actually, just not any that would not end in him being killed at the spot by Wake or Ruin or Beastmaster. He could prematurely start a direct clash between Song and Valor right here in the army headquarters, even. First of all, calm down. You don't even know if that is really Mordred. The guy might really be a random master the emissaries of Song chose to bring along for whatever reason. Sunny could see the soul cores of humans and nightmare creatures, but that ability was useless against the Prince of Nothing. When Mordred possessed a body, he also possessed the soul, or at least enough of it to mimic how it was supposed to look like. Right. I shouldn't rush to conclusions. Wait for now, observe, act later. Saint Cor led them to a large chamber that was filled with all kinds of equipment to display information, much of it being updated in real time. Sunny looked curiously at a large projected map of East Antarctica, with countless symbols denoting masses of nightmare creatures moving across it in a seemingly chaotic manner. There were also numerous static marks showcasing the location of nightmare gates. He paled slightly, suddenly faced with a stark reminder of how many of them there were. The marks littered the entire map like pustules, as if the continent was being slowly devoured from the inside by a lethal disease. There were a staggering amount of them in the wilderness, but the concentration grew exponentially in the vicinity of the siege capitals. The moving symbols were all congregating toward the human settlements, too. The paths of the hordes of nightmare creatures might have seemed aimless at first, but if one looked at the bigger picture, it was painfully clear that all of them were slowly drawing closer to the 27 cities. It looked like an inescapable avalanche of death and despair. A nightmarish chain of doom and destruction that was tied around Antarctica's neck, its cold embrace becoming tighter with each day. That was what the evacuation army was facing. Feeling a chill creep up his spine, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then glanced at the people walking in front of him. His eyes grew darker, and the shadows nestling in the corners of the strategy room grew deeper, too. Unforgivable. His hands would have turned into fists if he had not made a conscious effort to appear calm. His heart, however, was dark and heavy. Unforgivable. Even knowing what was happening in Antarctica, these mighty people had come here to make it all worse. Sunny thought back to what Wake of Ruin had said about the comparative benevolence of the great clans, trying to remember the crumbs of sense he had found in those words. SEA the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. In a sense, it was no different from the outskirts. The whole world was like that. No one cared if you lived or died in the outskirts, and the people who had the power to help you all chose to do nothing, or at least as little as possible. In the same way, the people who held the true power were comfortable doing nothing to save the population of Antarctica. The chain of nightmares had happened in the southern quadrant, but the next time, it might happen somewhere else. Then, too, they would remain indifferent. To those who lived in the outskirts, citizens seemed like people who inhabited a distant paradise. But to the great clans, the citizens were no different from the outskirt rats. Of course, one could object and argue for the other side. The government was not malicious at its core, and its treatment of the people in the outskirts was born out of necessity. The outskirts existed because the planet could not sustain the whole human population. Someone had to be sacrificed to make sure that the rest survived. Otherwise, there would not be enough resources to save anyone. And it wasn't like the unfortunate souls in the outskirts were completely abandoned. There was a constant supply of cheap synth paste, there were jobs, there was electricity, access to entertainment, and so much more. People were not being left to die, they at least had the means to survive, if only barely. It was just that their lives were more or less doomed to be short and bitterly hard. In the same way, the great clans were not entirely heartless. It was just that their plans for humanity were aimed at the dream realm, and not the waking world. Even then, they made a little bit of effort. They had sent Skytide and Dire Fong. The House of Night might not have taken part in the ground operation, but they did supply enough Saints and Nightwalkers to guide the naval convoys to and from Antarctica. But still, Sunny could not forgive them. He didn't want to. All of it was a load of crap, as far as he was concerned. He might have found a way to excuse the great clans if remaining passive was all that they had done, but they did not stop at that. Not only had Valor and Song abandoned Antarctica to the chain of nightmares, they even planned to use it as a private battlefield and fight each other while countless people suffered and died around them. That, he could not forgive. Sunny glanced at the back of the bleak man and smiled slightly. You want to slaughter the entire clan Valor? Wonderful. Slaughter them well. Then, he looked at Nephice. You want to destroy all of them? Even better. I'll cheer you on. Sunny was not a forgiving man. In fact, he was quite spiteful. Let's see how their little war goes. The strategy meeting dragged on. The emissaries of the great clans seemed to be well aware of the situation on the infected continent. In fact, they seemed to have a clearer picture of what was going on than even Sunny did, but their understanding of the nuances of the Antarctica campaign was purely theoretical in nature. Only Skytide and Dire Fong possessed practical knowledge of what it meant to fight against the land that was slowly being devoured by a tide of nightmares. The others were going to have to catch up, fast. Still, they were not inexperienced people. Whispering Blade especially was a veteran of many wars. He had led the Knights of Valor into plenty of untamed regions of the Dream Realm, spending years in lengthy and harrowing campaigns of subjugation to expand the borders of human territory in that inhospitable world. Updated from that perspective, it was easy to understand why Anvil had chosen his brother to helm the conquest of the Tomb of Ariel. Beastmaster was at least a decade younger than Saint Madoc, but she seemed no less of a seasoned tactician. Her exalted reputation had not appeared out of nowhere, after all. The lands controlled by the Song clan might not have expanded as dramatically as those ruled by Valor in the past 2 decades, but every region they did conquer had been a much more dire hell to surmount. The tantalizing saint was surprisingly soft-spoken and cordial. Sunny had expected her to be arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable, but she was actually quite easygoing. Her husky voice was pleasant on the ear, and her red lips were quick to twist into a small, but bright smile. That smile was absolutely beguiling. Saishan was actually not that much younger than Beastmaster. Even though she was not a saint, she had spent more time braving the horrors of the Dream Realm than most transcendents. A decade of surviving on the Forgotten Shore made her more than qualified to participate in this meeting. The same went for Nephice. She might not have remained there as long, but her singular achievement of surviving close to 2 years of solitude in one of the most dire regions of the Dream Realm, eventually escaping it through a nightmare seed, earned her some respect from everyone present in the strategy room. As for Morgan, no one except for Matic knew much about her achievements and experiences, but they also did not really doubt her competence. Her mind was as sharp as her eyes, and her knowledge of warfare and strategy seemed almost supernatural. The blood of war god flowed through her veins, after all. Sunny wouldn't be surprised if the Princess of Valor ended up being the most talented strategist among them. So, each of them was more than capable of absorbing the new information about the perils and nuances of the Chain of Nightmares at a staggering speed. Except for the unassuming bleak man, who had been introduced as Ascended Bast. Even his name was dull and unmemorable. From what had been told about him, Ascended Bast was simply a retainer of the great clan song. He was a part of their advance party because of a rare and useful utility aspect. No one bought that explanation, though. Neff lingered for a while. Eventually, she spoke, or rather, thought in her usual even tone. "Sunny, don't you think that life is pretty strange?" Sunny blinked. What has gotten into her? He wasn't used to hearing such questions from Nephice. Yeah, sure. Why? She maintained her poised appearance, pretending to pay attention to the conversation about the disposition of clan forces, as she answered. You've been through a lot in these past 6 months. The time before that must seem like a lifetime ago, for you. But for me, when I wake up, I still think that I am in the nightmare, sometimes. For me, it feels like I was lost in the dream realm just yesterday. Changing Star paused, then continued after a few short moments. But I am not. I am a member of Clan Valor now, I have a citadel of my own, and dozens of awakened are ready to follow my orders. That was yesterday. Today, I am in the southern quadrant, preparing to wage war both on countless nightmare creatures and on the best of clan song. Beastmaster is here, smiling at me politely. Whispering Blade is also here, watching my every move. All of it, it's a bit overwhelming. She turned her head and looked at him, her clear gray eyes looking a little burdened. So, my plan is to take it one step at a time. One little step after another, until all my enemies are dead. And that is why, my first step is to survive. Nephi shook her head, then looked back to the map of East Antarctica, which was currently being carved between Valor, Song, and the government. A few moments later, her voice resounded in his head once again, this time tinged with a hint of amusement. Why, do you think that surviving this mayhem will be easy? It won't. Sunny was a bit thoughtful for the rest of the long strategy meeting. Indeed, it wasn't going to be easy to survive the mad maelstrom that was brewing in Antarctica. He was strong and cunning, but in front of monsters like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, all that strength could end up meaning nothing. In fact, even the 2 tyrannical saints were not guaranteed safety. When people like that had to be careful not to lose their lives, someone like Sunny or Nephice could only pray to the cold skies. Sadly, the gods were dead, so their prayers were doomed to remain unanswered. So, they had to ensure their own survival. Luckily, if there was one thing Sunny excelled at, it was staying alive and biding my time. A legion of nightmare creatures on one side, 2 murderous armies of the great clans on the other, with Mordred hiding somewhere in the reflections, waiting to strike. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. It was really time for Sunny to show what he was made of, and hope that it was enough. No. He had to make it so that what he could do was enough. And if it wasn't, he had to change himself in a way that would, but my task is not as ambitious as what these legacies have to accomplish. That was perhaps the only saving grace in this grim situation. Valor and Song wanted to crush the enemy and conquer the Black Pyramid. Nephi simply wanted to survive and earn the trust of her enemies by being a good soldier, and maybe a little more than that. As for Sunny, he simply wanted to make sure that their war did not spill out into the streets of the siege capitals, and that as few soldiers and civilians as possible were hurt by the clash of the great clans. And if he managed to hurt the bastards in the process, that would be even better. Still, it was not an easy thing to accomplish. He listened to the discussion of strategy, thinking. Certainly, their true purpose was to send as many soldiers into the hellish desert as possible, to scout it out and find a good entry point for the main force, but nevertheless, Even if the scouts having to enter their second nightmares was just a side effect, that decision could forever change the balance of power among the awakened. There were not that many masters in the world, and their number was already starting to swell because of the chain of nightmares. The awakened Song and Valor had sent were all absolute elites. If dozens, or maybe even 100 or 2 of them ascended, it would have an explosive effect on everything. But that was not what Sunny was concerned about. What worried him was the prospect of these scouts actually finding a great entry point behind one of the nightmare gates located inside the siege capitals, and not in the wilderness. If that happened, all hell could break loose. And if they found not just an entry point, but a crossing to a spot that would serve as the key to reaching the Black Pyramid, nothing would stop the other party from making sure that the siege capital in question changed hands. They would much rather see it destroyed even than remain under the control of the enemy. There will be 3 stages to this disaster. First, the clans will scout for a good entrance to the desert. Second, they will enter the dream realm through that entrance, and launch an expedition toward the tomb of Ariel. Lastly, they will build strongholds in the vicinity of the pyramid, gather their forces, and launch their final attacks. The first stage would probably mostly consist of covert ambushes and small-scale skirmishes between the forces of Valor and Song. The second stage would be where the true bloodshed started. And the last would be pure hell. Sunny was now clear on the overall shape of the clan war, but he still had a lot of questions. He lacked information on what exactly they were going to do, when, and how. So, just as Nephi had said, he was going to take it one step at a time. The first step he had to take was to gather information. Sitting silently at the back of the meeting room, Sunny glanced at the people who were gathered there, the high and mighty saints of legendary renown, and smiled a little. Would you look at that? After all these years, it seems that I am finally going to get a chance to act as a proper spy. Spying on the saints of the great clans sounded like an interesting method of killing himself, but Sunny was willing to try. His aspect was tailor-made for stealth and infiltration. After all, it was just that he had not used that side of its powers as often as he would have wished to. Sunny could not say that he was truly a master of stealth, but he was also not an amateur. He had relied on staying hidden a lot throughout the years of being an awakened, from the ruined streets of the Dark City to the airy expanse of the Chained Isles and the cold hellscape of East Antarctica. In these past 2 months, especially, he had tried to remain unseen as often as possible. The duties of a military scout demanded it, and through that necessity, Sunny had been able to develop his mastery of all things clandestine a notch further. A person could only rely on stealth that much, though. The most dire conflicts he tended to find himself in were almost all direct, violent confrontations. Still, it was an exceptionally useful ability to have, and now, Sunny needed to exercise it to its fullest extent. He had been thinking about how exactly to approach that task for a long time now, and the conclusion was that he needed to be in several places at the same time to achieve the best result. Thankfully, he was capable of doing just that, to a degree. Sunny had 5 shadows now, and the range at which he could control them was quite large, exceeding 20 kilometers. Which meant that he could keep an eye on representatives of both Valor and Song, at least for the next few days. Once they departed for different siege capitals, he would be forced to concentrate on only the former. So, Sunny left himself with 1 shadow, otherwise, he would look really conspicuous, and sent the other 4 to spy on the champions of the great clans. The naughty shadow, as the new guy, remained glued to his feet. The haughty shadow was following Morgan. The happy shadow was following Maddock. For example, many creatures could feel a gaze directed at them, so Sunny had learned to never look straight at dangerous abominations, instead keeping them on the periphery of his vision. Other creatures could feel if someone was thinking about them, or hear if someone spoke their names aloud. So, Sunny had to learn how to keep his mind empty and choose his words, and thoughts, carefully. There were a lot of tricks like that, but most importantly, one simply had to be smart and careful about it. Which was why, no matter how much he wanted to just go all out and listen to every word his marks said, Sunny took things slowly. He kept his shadows at a safe distance at first, gradually getting closer and closer to the 4 legacies. There was also a difference between how they acted in normal circumstances and how they acted when something important had to be discussed. The former was easier, while the latter could be nearly impossible to overhear. Even legacy sleepers like Castor possessed memories that could make it hard for anyone to listen in on important conversations. Back in the Dark City, he had used one to create a cone of silence around the room where they talked. Someone like Morgan or Beastmaster, without a doubt, would have much more potent tools to prevent anyone from learning their secrets. Sunny almost got caught a few times because of these measures. For example, both Valor and Song used special memories to create bubbles of evenly diffused, bright light while having meetings. Since the source of light was omnidirectional, and its brightness was perfectly the same, no shadow could exist within the bubble, a fact that he had learned the hard way, only avoiding a disaster thanks to his paranoia and caution. And still, despite it all, Sunny managed to get closer and closer to Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Morgan, and Bast. Although he was not able to infiltrate the most important meetings, he was still able to learn a lot, and piece together even more from small and seemingly unconnected pieces of information they let slip out. He might not have managed to learn their most guarded secrets, yet. But he did learn a few interesting things. Sunny was mostly interested in the details of what each of the two feuding clans had prepared for Antarctica, but those plans were tightly guarded by those who had been entrusted with them. He suspected that learning the specifics of their strategy would become easier when the main forces of Valor and Song arrived in Antarctica. The more people involved in something, the harder it was to keep things secret. However, for now, only a handful of emissaries were here, all busy with rather transparent preparatory work. That did not mean that he had failed to learn anything of use, of course. Knowing the enemy's next move was immensely valuable, but knowing the enemy themselves was much more important. By observing his 4 marks, Sunny was slowly becoming familiar with how they acted, felt, and even thought. When Beastmaster was standing on the city wall, observing a horde of nightmare creatures assaulting it with an eerily serene expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Whispering Blade stopped to look at the mundane soldiers, a hint of detached pity finding its way into his calm eyes, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. Visit for the best novel reading experience. When Morgan practiced her swordsmanship, moving with grace and speed that would make the most famed warriors feel heavy in their hearts, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. And when the bleak, unassuming ascended Bast spent hours doing nothing, sitting like a corpse in a dark room, his shadow was there as well. Of course, the small nuances of their personalities were not everything that Sunny learned. He gained a much better understanding of their abilities, as well. Beastmaster was, indeed, a frightening being. Her powers lay in mesmerism and manipulation. From what he could tell, simply looking her in the eyes could be a death sentence. She could make her enemies defenseless by luring them into a state of deep trance, or bedevil them with insidious illusions. And, above all else, she could completely dominate someone's mind, making them an eternal thrall. Whispering Blade was just as fearsome. Even though his powers were not as fiendish, they were just as deadly. His quintessential ability was to make all weapons he wielded invisible, and his saint transformation was to be unseen, as well. Since Saint Madoc was not nearly as mysterious and secretive as his counterpart from the Song clan, it was widely known that when he fought, it was as though the world itself was slicing the bodies of his enemies apart. There was no escape. Morgan, on the other hand, had a rather strange aspect. If Whispering Blade possessed an ability that made the sword he wielded deadlier, then Morgan was the blade itself. The feeling of sharpness she emanated was not a coincidence. The Princess of War did not need any weapons, because her body was the absolute weapon. She could cut through armored alloy and the flesh of even the most powerful nightmare creatures with her hands, and rend their bodies with her feet. It was both strange and terrifying, as though she was not a human, but a living sword. Apparently, the King of Swords had prepared a few more tools to trap and destroy his eldest child. However, both Whispering Blade and Morgan were hesitant to use them yet. They were unnerved by Bast's inaction, too. Just like that, a few days passed. Sunny had been gathering information like a spider sitting in the middle of a vast web. He had not made any earth-shattering discoveries in that short time, but it was a good start. In truth, he was more concentrated on finding safe ways to get closer to his marks, for now, than on actually stealing their secrets. Once he truly learned how to slither through their defenses, the secrets would be revealed as a result. On the fourth day, it was time to say his goodbyes to Jet. Both Song and Valor were leaving the siege capitals to travel to the respective port fortresses and meet the arriving reinforcements. After that, they would proceed to other cities, and the clandestine war would start in earnest. Sunny was leaving with the emissaries of Valor, and Jet was leaving with the emissaries of Song. Chances were, they would not meet face to face for a long time. He would have been worried if it was anyone else, but there was little doubt that Soul Reaper would be able to keep herself alive. He had already warned her to steer clear of the man who called himself Bast, just to be safe. Really, the person Sunny had to worry about was himself. I'll survive, too. But that was the thing, simply surviving was not enough. It had not been for a long time. And that was what could get him killed. With a sigh, Sunny called back the shadows that had been watching the emissaries of Song, and went to find Nephice. It was time for the two of them to travel side by side once again. On a vast plain peppered with twisting streams and shallow lakes, a cataclysmic battle was taking place. Legions of nightmare creatures were flowing across it like a dark tide, with several titanic figures marching among them. The ground shook with each of their steps, and the skies above were obscured by a whirlwind of hungry crows. Humans fought against the abominations in the shadow of their wings. Today, the forces of humanity gathered from all across Antarctica to stop the march of the Titanic horde. 7 saints led them into battle. There was Wake of Ruin, the carrion crow, a legendary figure who had been protecting the waking world since the times of the first generation. Whispering Blade, the first blade of the great clan Valor, who had led countless awakened warriors in the conquest of the Dream Realm. There was Beastmaster, the fearsome and enchanting daughter of the great clan Song, and her sister, Silent Stalker, who was a huntress and a slayer of things. There was also Skytide of the White Feather clan and Dire Fong, a bestial warrior of incomparable savagery and strength. There were close to 100 masters on the battlefield, as well, serving as champions and officers of the human army. Sunny was one of these masters. As he watched the inconceivable scene of the clash between two mighty forces, awed by its scale and ferocity, there was only one thought in his mind. Holy hell! He had seen a lot of incredible things in his life, but all, with the exception of the visage of hope, paled in comparison to this calamitous confrontation. It was, without a doubt, the largest battle that had happened since the start of the Antarctica campaign, and maybe even in the history of this world. Sunny was currently high above the battlefield, in what served as the command center for the joined army of the government and the great clans. The command center was situated in a stone fort, which stood on top of the carapace of a giant, monstrous tortoise. Which was one of Morgan's echoes. Luckily, the Princess of Valor, the Princess of War, had not summoned it on the day of her arrival. Otherwise, the giant beast would have flattened the entire government building. It was like a moving fortress. Morgan herself was nearby, commanding the army. The Saints were busy fighting the Titans that led the horde, so they had no time to play the role of a detached strategist. The Princess of War, on the other hand, was a genius tactician. By now, no one put that fact in doubt despite her young age. Of course, Saishan was also here, keeping an eye out so that Morgan did not get any funny ideas. The blind girl remained silent for a moment. The Ascended in charge of the Third Lyra Company is the only one whose aspect directly counters the abilities of the corrupted demon, designation Frost Furnace. We must make sure that he preserves as much essence as possible, for now. There is also a lake between the nearest echo and the position of the wolves. Traversing it will waste time. The Princess of Valor smiled slightly. Correct. Good thinking. With that, she continued to give orders, controlling the large army like the conductor of a giant, cacophonous orchestra. Cassie continued to provide first-hand accounts of what was happening on the battlefield and, from time to time, poignant pieces of advice. Nephice remained silent, which was a bit strange, considering that she was no less knowledgeable about how to wage war on nightmare creatures. Nevertheless, Changing Star simply watched the havoc of the furious battle, her eyes heavy. Sunny was willing to bet that he knew what she was thinking about. Because he was thinking the same thing. Today was their first time seeing all the saints of Antarctica go all out. And that was a priceless source of information, not the least because these mighty demigods would one day be Nef's own opponents. The powers they showcased today would be turned against her in the future. And maybe against Sunny, too. Damn it. How scary. Looking at the battlefield, he could feel a cold chill running down his spine. It was a rare privilege to get the chance to see exalted figures like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster fight, and yet, Sunny did not feel consoled by their awesome powers. Instead, he felt resigned. Nevertheless, he couldn't look away. About a month had passed since the day Sunny was assigned to act as a government envoy for the forces of valor. In that time, they had reached a distant port fortress, met up with the main contingent of the Great Clan including Cassie, the Fire Keepers, and the valiant Saint Summer Knight, and traveled to the region that was supposed to be their zone of responsibility. However, almost as soon as they settled in one of the siege capitals there, Wake of Ruin requested the emissaries of both great clans to join forces against a tremendous horde of nightmare creatures that had formed around several titans. The emissaries had promised to join forces if the situation required it, after all, and it certainly did. If the horde was not stopped, their plans were bound to suffer, as well. So, they reluctantly answered St. Cor's summons and ventured into the wilderness to form a united army. Valor and Song were hellbent on destroying each other, but that did not mean that they couldn't cooperate. Once faced with a common enemy, the champions of the two warring domains at least had the decency to not strike their opponents in the back, or at least they hadn't yet. Mordort was suspiciously absent from the battlefield, though. Who knew what Ascended Bast was doing right now? Actually, Sunny knew exactly what he was doing. Jet was doing him a favor by keeping an eye on the Bleak Man, so Sunny was well informed on Master Bast's movements. He was currently in a siege capital far to the west, establishing a supply chain for Song's expedition forces, which prowled the wilderness in search of suitable nightmare gates. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Ascended Bast was also in charge of an industrial production facility. In that facility, he was making mirrors. Thousands of them, for unknown reasons. Or at least he had been a few days ago. Currently, Jet was right here by Sunny's side, watching the battlefield with a hungry expression. For all they knew, the Bleak Man might have slaughtered the entire siege capital by now. Jet suddenly raised her head. There. Look. Everyone except for Cassie looked up. In the skies above them, a titanic clash was taking place. Myriads of crows were swirling like a black maelstrom, and in the middle of it, two giant shapes were entangled in a murderous dance. One was a giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged out of lustrous steel, her wings wreathed in lightning and thunderclouds. The other was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body held up in the air by vast, skeletal wings. In another spot of the battlefield, a man in lustrous armor was wielding a lance that seemed to be made of clear water to cut through a sea of gray vines that grew from the ground with terrifying speed. The brooks, rivers, and lakes around him seemed to have turned into weapons, as well. Streams of water rose from them and flew through the air like whips, cleanly slicing through the vines and washing them away. The summer night remained calm and composed as he faced the wrath of the unseen titan. He welcomed its attention because it lessened the pressure on 2 different saints. Deep in the area completely consumed by the gray vines, a creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf was clawing at the ground, digging into it with vicious purpose. With each movement, countless vines were torn apart, and a great deal of soil was displaced. The giant fiend Saint Dire Fong was being assaulted by the vines from all sides. However, very few reached him. Most were cut down by Summer Night, and those that were not ended up being obliterated by heavy arrows that flew from the fringes of the battlefield, where Silent Stalker moved, unseen. And finally, there was the last titan, a ghostly figure surrounded by shimmering haze, which moved across the battlefield like a mirage. Wherever it passed, the reality itself seemed to twist and come undone, revealing indescribable horrors. The nightmare creatures who gazed at the mirages grew still and silent, then moved again, or rather, their bodies moved, as if warned by something not quite familiar with what flesh was, and how beings made of flesh were supposed to carry themselves through space. No awakened barred their path, and neither did any saint. However, abominations did. First a few, then a dozen, then 100, and finally, an avalanche of them threw themselves into the shimmering haze, trying to disperse it. Each of them had clawed their eyes out before attacking, driven mad by a strange and overwhelming desire to destroy the ghostly titan at any cost. The nightmare creatures who had been possessed by the haze were torn apart by other abominations, as well. It was as if Beastmaster was laughing at the harrowing creature. You can possess the bodies of living beings? So what? I can take their minds, their hearts, and their very souls. Let's see which one of us is more harrowing. Sunny stared, feeling both stirred and grim. Such power. Would he hold such power one day? If he did, he would be laughing too. The 7 saints were battling the titans. The echoes of their dreadful clash spread like shockwaves through the horde of nightmare creatures. Somewhere far away, a vestige of the horde suddenly surged and swirled, lunging at something unseen. A moment later, a bloody haze veiled that entire section of the battlefield from view, and the wind carried over howls of agony, which all fell silent soon. Silent Stalker was prowling there, slaughtering the abominations and never failing to send her arrows to support Dire Fong and Summer Night. The latter had yet to assume his transcendent form, as well. Beastmaster and Whispering Blade were each holding back a titan of their own, and Skytide had just succeeded in delivering a debilitating wound to the great-scaled beast, dispersing the cloud of deathly miasma created by the flying horror at the same time. All in all, things weren't looking bad. Which was not to say that the battle was going smoothly. Far from it, the Titanic horde did not just consist of the 4 titans, and it was the task of Awakened and Ascended to face the vast legion of abominations. While not as spectacular, that task was just as important. Sunny watched the battle grow more and more fierce. All the while, Cassie continued to keep them informed of the more important changes happening on the battlefield. Her voice was calm and composed. The fallen tyrant, designation Worm, has been slain. 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is advancing to support the 5th. The corrupted demon, designation Frost Furnace, has been slain. Ascended Eugen of the 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade has fallen. The corrupted devil, designation Hexblade, has been slain by Ascended Nightingale. It would be prudent to temporarily withdraw the Nightsingers from the Flashpoint Delta. At first, the good news was mixed with the bad news in equal measure. Morgan continued to react to the changes on the battlefield, moving her many pieces around to present an almost flawless defense against the onslaught of nightmare creatures. The battle formation created by her was fluid and flexible, bending when needed and lashing out with tremendous force at other times. In fact, it seemed that Cassie and her were not just reacting, but actually anticipating many of the changes on the chaotic battlefield. It was a lot like personal combat. Being able to anticipate what move the enemy would make was half the victory. The other half was using that knowledge to deliver a fatal strike. Sadly, there was a limit to what Morgan could do. No matter how good she was, the enemy facing them was just too dreadful. The Princess of War remained calm, but her face was slowly growing grim. As time went on, Cassie's reports began to sound more and more dire. 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade is routed. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is suffering heavy casualties. Ascended Ripple of the 7 Ursus has fallen. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is routed. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Jet stretched her arms, looking down with a hungry glint in her eyes. Then I'll join, too. Watching all this slaughter got me riled up. She seemed very comfortable playing into her reputation as a psychotic killer. Neither Morgan nor Sishan said anything, at least. Without delaying any further, Nephice, Sunny, and Jet jumped down to the carapace of the giant Echo, then slid off its side and landed on the ground near where the Fire Keepers were waiting, ready to do battle. Noticing them, the survivors of the Dark City broke out in smiles. Lady Nephice. Are you deploying? Finally. Hey, Sunny. Where's your armor? Hurry up and summon it. Oh, man. Sunny is with us. Effie and Knight are fighting, too. Lady Nephice is in charge, feels like the good old times. What good old times, you fool? What was good about those times? Get your head on straight. Nephice looked at them with her calm, cold gray eyes, and then smiled. Her smile seemed to illuminate the gloomy autumn day like a ray of sunshine. Yes, we are being deployed. Get ready and follow me. What can these pathetic abominations do to us? Nothing. Let us burn their filth from this world. The fire keepers looked at her with expressions of adoration and zealous devotion, passionate fires igniting in their eyes. Their voices joined in a choir. Follow Lady Changing Star. Burn them. Burn them all. Sunny observed them with a neutral expression as he gathered shadows around him and summoned the Sin of Solace, which immediately started whispering insidious provocations into his ears, a vague figure materializing a few steps away and following behind him. He ignored the hallucination and shook his head in reproach. What a bunch of crazies. Chapter 11 12 Different Kind of Deception Plus, Turn Off Reset. Led by Nephice, Sunny, and Jet, the fire keepers surged forward. They were aiming for the section of the joint army's formation where the flood of nightmare creatures had broken through the dam of human bodies, threatening to consume them all. Somewhere out there, far ahead, Effie and Kai were already trying to stall the fatal advance of the frenzied abominations as they waited for reinforcements to arrive. Their soldiers were fighting fiercely, without a doubt, and yet, the horde had already gained momentum, so the wolves and the nightsingers had no hope of stopping it on their own. They were just 200 men and women who had volunteered to join the Second Army. After all, no matter how elite of a status the two companies earned because of their strength, valor, and the fame of their commanders, they were still ordinary awakened. The fire keepers were different. Even though there were just about 50 of them, each of the people following Changing Star was a seasoned veteran of the Dark City. They were the best and the brightest of what humanity had to offer, simply for the fact that nothing less would have allowed one to survive the cruel crucible of the Forgotten Shore. They had only grown stronger and more experienced under Cassie's guidance after escaping that starless abyss, too, and especially now that the mighty and opulent Clan Valor stood behind the personal troops of its adopted daughter. The fire keepers had undergone a comprehensive upgrade of their soul arsenals, with those who needed it receiving enough shards to finish fully saturating their cores. There were 7 cohorts of them, each more than comparable to the most elite household troops of the great clans in terms of power. So, despite their modest numbers, the fire keepers were a force to be reckoned with. And that was without even mentioning the 3 masters who were leading them into battle. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Due to their superior physical prowess, Sunny, Nephice, and Jet naturally ended up at the head of the rushing force. There was no clever plan to their advance. The situation prohibited careful maneuvering and strategic placement of the awakened according to their specializations. But there was no real need to waste time on it, either. Every fire keeper knew what they were doing. The remains of the Dreamer army had long become a well-oiled, perfectly synergized combat machine. They all knew what their comrades were good at, what quirks their aspects and memories possessed, and how to work together in a seamless, deadly harmony. Well, maybe Sunny did not quite know all those things, exactly. He was more or less familiar with what the members of Cassie's former personal cohort were capable of, as well as a few other people with whom he had fought side by side during the civil war of the Bright Castle. Really, he lacked the qualifications to effectively lead these veteran warriors. They had already flashed through the ranks of the retreating soldiers that belonged to the crushed companies. He could already see the wolves and the nightsingers fighting ahead, stubbornly refusing to give ground to the onslaught of abomination. A glimpse of Effie's lustrous steel figure ignited his heart, flooding his body with strength and vigor. There were, really a lot of nightmare creatures in front of him. Damn. Sunny summoned the Dying Wish, slotting it into the mantle and activating the Underworld Armament trait of the Onyx Armor. Now, for the finishing touch. Finally, he summoned the Extraordinary Rock, placing it into the mouth of the shadow spawn and activating the sonorous enchantment to make the transferred voice sound as loud as possible. As the fire keepers closed in on the desperate melee, the towering four-armed fiend that moved at the head of Changing Star's force raised his horned head and let out an earth-shattering, chilling, bloodthirsty roar. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole battlefield around them was momentarily frozen. Even the nightmare creatures seemed a little taken aback. Cradled in the embrace of shadows, Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Yes. I think that will do the trick. Chapter 11-13 Rampaging Spawn of Shadows Plus, Turn Off Reset. Sunny's life had been pretty complicated as of late. But right now, it was very simple. All he had to do was, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Even the Sin of Solace seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. There was no more hiding, no more caution, and no more trying to undersell his abilities, well, at least the most obvious and visible of his abilities. Sunny had much more tricks up his sleeve, and in fact, this display of power was meant to misdirect his opponents and draw their attention away from his more insidious talents. However, even that did not matter right now. All that mattered was murder. Dashing through the formation of the wolves and nightsingers like a lightning made of darkness, Sunny tore into the tide of nightmare creatures. The echo of his deafening roar was still rolling across the battlefield when the Sin of Solace reaped its first life. It passed through the body of a massive abomination, easily rending it into two halves. You have slain your shadow grows, it was a fallen, huh? Sunny had activated the Omen of Dread enchantment of the Jade Sword, just for good measure. The faint remnant of a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, lingered on the cursed blade. All beings who witnessed it had no choice but to be stricken by terror. The nightmare creature seemed to slow down a little. The awakened soldiers behind him trembled, too. However, they were also being affected by the dying wish. Fear and inspiration fused together in their hearts to produce savage awe. The soldiers surged forward, their spirits ignited with killing intent. The abominations, meanwhile, were being assaulted both by the feeling of fear and the irresistible desire to rip the dreadful four-armed fiend to shreds above all else. Such a contradiction was enough to drive one mad. Good. Give me madness, give me insanity, the more, the better. Didn't the Sin of Solace feel especially light, sharp, and lethal today? Maybe it was just the effect of his body being augmented by 5 shadows. Full of rapturous malice, Sunny continued to move. His mind was cold, calculating, and full of dark, murderous glee. His shell was brimming with so much power that it seemed as though it would soon burst at the seams. His hands moved faster than his thoughts. Neff's voice drowned out the cacophony of battle. Spread out. Hold the line. Ascended, step forward. The 7 cohorts of the fire keepers separated, reinforcing the faltering line of the wolves and the fire keepers. At the same time, 5 figures stepped forward to become the weightbreakers against the flood of abominations. Nephice, Sunny, Effie, Kai, and Jet. What a fearsome quintet. Sunny spared a split second to appreciate the image of them standing against the tide of nightmare creatures, and then threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. His task had only grown harder. Now, he had to outdo all these monstrous talents. Commanding the extraordinary rock to let out a harrowing growl, one stolen from the demented corrupted devil, Myriad Eater, no less, he launched himself forward. The Sin of Solace whispered as it severed flesh and bone. The cruel sight sang. Claws, fangs, and spikes rang against the onyx surface of the mantle. The nightmare creatures shrieked, howled, and wailed as they died. The four-armed fiend had turned into a dark maelstrom as he slaughtered one abomination after another, sometimes 2, 3, 4 at a time. The weaker monsters fell like autumn leaves in front of his blades and claws. The stronger ones were obliterated in a most cold and ruthless way. There were no ingenious schemes to how Sunny fought, no cunning tricks, just pure, savage, calmly calculated butchery. The soldiers behind him were looking at the rampaging spawn of shadows with awe in their eyes. Sunny did not pay their gazes a lot of attention, however, he did regret not leaving a shadow to keep an eye on Morgan and Saishan. He was a bit curious about their reactions. But only a bit. Killing as many abominations as he could, as fast as he could, was much more important. The radiant changing star, the steel-bodied raised by wolves, the swift and deadly nightingale, the death incarnate, soul reaper jet, and the devil of Antarctica, the most fiendish of them all. The 5 of them brought the horde of nightmare creatures to a halt. For a while. It was a strange thing to see. The remnants of the Dreamer army were fighting against an overwhelming horde of nightmare creatures, with the members of Changing Star's cohort leading them. It was almost as if they had gathered to reenact the ruinous siege of the Crimson Spire. Of course, not everyone who had participated in that battle was here, but most were. Out of the 100 or so sleepers that had returned from the Forgotten Shore, more than a half chose to follow Cassie, and were now fighting for Nephice. A few decided to stay independent, like Sunny or Aiko. A few joined lesser legacy clans, while the second largest group, the surviving handmaidens, followed Saishan into the embrace of the great clan song. The former handmaidens were here on the battlefield, too, although not in this exact spot. It's like a morbid reunion. The Fire Keepers were fighting like the expert slayers they were. No abomination, no matter how terrifying, could shake their fighting spirit and resolve. Not because they were fearless, but simply because the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had been inoculated against the fear of nightmare creatures by being exposed to too much of it, too early, and with too harrowing results. It was especially clear how out of the norm they were in contrast with the ordinary awakened that comprised the 2 elite companies, the Wolves and Nightsingers. No matter how brave and capable the awakened under the command of Effie and Kai were, they simply could not compare to the unflinching lethality of the eerily calm Fire Keepers. And, of course, the members of Changing Star's cohort were the deadliest of them. Effie was like a wall of steel. Nothing could move her, and nothing could move past her. All the abominations could do was die, either pierced by her spear or broken by her shield. Kai was swift, elusive, and unpredictable. The months of fighting a bitter war against Sylvain's zealots in the Nightmare had forged him into a more capable warrior than he was giving himself credit for. The enchanting young man moved like wind among the abominations, cutting them down with his sharp saber. His ivory armor seemed to shine as it reflected Changing Star's light. Nephice herself was like a radiant omen of death. Her ruthless sword seemed inescapable, and where it could not reach, incinerating flames reached instead. Shining like a beacon of light in the dark sea of nightmare creatures, she was without a doubt the heart of the battle, and the guiding star that kept hope alive in the hearts of the struggling soldiers. As long as the immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. Even those who were indifferent to such sentimental proclamations were compelled to believe it now, watching the beautiful white radiance of Changing Star's light devour the dark tide of nightmare creatures. There was Jet, as well. Although not a part of the former Dreamer army, she was no less deadly than the rest of them, maybe even more so. There was nothing particularly flashy about how she fought, but nonetheless, the number of dead abominations surrounding her was staggering. The more of them died, the more alive she looked. It was a sight both disturbing and beautiful. And lastly, there was Sunny. In the past, he had perhaps been the most unassuming member of Changing Star's cohort. Every impossible feat he had performed, every improbable victory he had achieved, all of it had happened where no one could bear witness, very much so by design. Today, however, Sunny was at the center of everyone's attention. Because he was just too savage, brutal, and domineering. The slaughter he was perpetrating could only be described as barbarous. Towering at 3 meters of height, crowned by twisting horns, and clad in fearsome onyx armor, the frenzied 4-armed fiend tore through the nightmare creatures like a man possessed by a devil. Or was he a devil possessed by a man? All 4 of his hands were sleek with blood. His armor was slick with blood. However, it was not the Titan Sunny was worried about. It was the Saints. Today, they were fighting nightmare creatures. But one day soon, they would most likely have to fight one or several of the 7 Saints dominating the battlefield. Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Dire Fong, perhaps even Saint Tyrus. There was Mordred, too. And Morgan and Saishan. These people were no less frightening than the Titans. Actually, they could be considered more terrifying than the dreaded nightmare creatures. So, Sunny was reluctant to reveal his hand. His life could very well depend on it. Well, without ever slowing his bloody rampage, he started considering his options. If Sunny wanted to do something drastic, he had to do it now, while his reserves of essence were still somewhat substantial. He thought long and hard, as he continued killing one abomination after another in increasingly wild and ruthless ways, making the soldiers pale in sickened awe, and in the end, Sunny decided to do nothing. Cassie must have a plan. It had not escaped his attention that the blind girl subtly manipulated the events of the battle, making sure that the Fire Keepers, the Wolves, and the Nightsingers, the three units led by the members of Changing Star's cohort, ended up together in this particular spot of the battlefield. If she had put them here, she must have been reasonably certain that they would not be swallowed up by the horde. As for how they would prevail, Sunny decided that he did not really care. Today, he would care only about one thing: how to kill many, many nightmare creatures. As many of them as possible. Kill, kill, kill. The Sin of Solace laughed, its voice full of gleeful amusement. Yes. Right. Kill them all. Chapter 11. 15 Creatures of Light and Darkness Plus, Turn Off Reset. Focusing solely on causing as much devastation as possible, Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures. The power of the fully augmented Shadow Fiend shell was staggering. That power was so great, in fact, that getting drunk on it was simply too easy. However, he did not. His savage butchery was just for show. Even though Sunny had allowed himself to gleefully dive into the battle frenzy, the core of his mind remained cold and clear. The more abominations he slayed, the more somber that part of his consciousness became. What the hell is Morgan doing? The Fire Keepers were supposed to hinder the advance of the nightmare creatures until reinforcements were pulled out from other parts of the battlefield to repair the breach in the army's formation. They had done that, already, but the reinforcements never arrived. Had another crisis prevented Morgan from sending more companies to replace them? Or was something else at play? New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Sunny did not know, and he had no time to care. He might have made it look as though cutting through numerous abominations was effortless for him, and in fact brought him nothing but vicious joy, but it was really not an easy task. He was strong, fast, and immensely skilled. His armor and weapons were outstanding, too. However, there were just too many enemies pressing down on the five masters as their soldiers. The horde of nightmare creatures truly seemed endless. Even if most of these abominable creatures were not strong enough to threaten Sunny, and easy to kill, the sheer number of them posed a threat. His task was not just to withstand the flood of monsters, but to cut through it, breaking its momentum. And that was a perilous task. Sunny had to watch his every step, and keep the next dozen steps in mind. Otherwise, it would be too easy to end up in a situation where there was no next step to take. Granted, he could carve his way out of many situations that would have doomed a different Ascended. But still, Sunny had to be careful about where he moved and what he did. The others were struggling with the same issue. Kai had it the easiest, since his speed and the ability to fly made maneuvering around the battlefield almost a non-issue. Nephi's had some breathing room, too, because her flames could clear out the space around her. Sunny, Effie, and Jet were starting to struggle, though. Chances were, they would have to retreat back into the formation of the Awakened soon. Once that happened, the formation itself would come under much more strain. Not yet, though. Even when the immovable Effie was pushed back and forced to rejoin the formation, he still remained just where he was, performing his brutal dance of death. Even when relentless Soul Reaper cursed through gritted teeth and retreated, he continued to kill. Even when nimble Kai soared high into the sky, dismissing his sword to summon a bow, he still refused to take a step back. In the end, there were just the two of them left in front of the formation, Sunny and Nephi's. One was like an angel surrounded by white radiance and light, the other like a demon shrouded in darkness and shadows. Both fought with cold, ruthless, unflinching resolve to obliterate the enemy at any cost. It was almost as if they were competing to see who could slay more. Sunny did his damnedest to be the one to win that competition. At some point, fighting an especially powerful abomination, he felt the shadow shell start to come undone. Without hesitation, Sunny dismissed the mantle and summoned back the graceless dusk. Then, he allowed the form of the shadow spawn to dissipate and lunged from its crumbling carapace at the enemy. The sin of Solace flashed, and at the same time, the scorpion tail of the nightmare creature shot forward. It pierced the impervious silk of his tunic, and his stone-like skin, as well, plunging deep into his flesh. Grimacing, Sunny beheaded the manticora, then pushed himself off its harrowing sting and used the fully charged dying wish to heal his wounds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to kill. He had grown weaker without the support of the Shadow Fiend's shell, but also nimbler and much harder to pin down. His jade sword never stopped reaping lives. Now that Sunny was wearing the graceless dusk again, though, there were a few more things he could do. Glancing in the direction where nightmare creatures seemed to disappear into white radiance one after another, without a trace, Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Blessing of Dusk. And then said in relaxed, leisurely tone, "Hey, Neff, how's it going?" There were a few moments of silence. In these moments, Sunny managed to dodge a spiked tentacle, slice through it with his sword, grab the bleeding stump, and toss the slithering creature over his head, impaling it on the horns of a different abomination. Then, he sidestepped the charging beast and cut through its legs, causing it to topple to the ground. A third strike of the Sin of Solace finished both creatures off. That was when Neff's response finally arrived. It's a bit distracting, you know, to have someone speak in your head all of a sudden. Sunny agreed. The connection the Blessing of Dusk established was a mental one, so it was not exactly like hearing her voice. Nevertheless, changing stars, thoughts, sounded a bit strained. You didn't answer my question. Now that Sunny lost the protection of the Shadow Fiend's shell and retracted the mantle back into his skin, he had to be more careful. Receiving direct blows was not out of the question, but it could throw him off balance. He had to use the feather of truth judiciously to account for the difference in mass between him and the opponents. And, of course, being struck by anything corrupted could end in disaster. Something flashed from the direction where Nephice was fighting, and a moment later, her voice resounded in his head. As expected, I guess. But, Sunny, what has gotten into you? You don't seem like yourself today. Ah, so she noticed. His grin widened. A dozen or so meters to his left, the air rippled slightly. A chameleon-like creature was moving there, unseen. If not for the subtle fluctuation of the shadows, he would have never noticed it. The abomination had already moved past Sunny, swiftly approaching the awakened soldiers behind him. Which was not good, since it had enough presence of mind to ignore the pull of the dying wish. The chameleon had to be at least a demon, and a strong one at that. Sunny twisted his torso and tossed the Sin of Solace into the air. The soldiers were all busy desperately resisting the flood of nightmare creatures, but they could not help but take glances at the spectacularly brutal slaughter that was taking place in front of them. Those who knew Sunny were all surprised and a little startled. Those who did not were chilled to the bone and in awe of his vicious lethality. Which was why many people noticed the jade sword seemingly slipping out of his hand. Their eyes widened. Should we go all out? Each of them was holding something back. They could reveal their full power to save their lives. But it would only save them once. Nephice answered after a long second of silence. No. Trust in Cassie. If she chose to put us here, there must be a reason. Sunny smiled. Her thinking was very similar to his own. But trusting someone was not easy for him. Trusting Cassie and trusting in Cassie, those were different things, and neither of them was simple. Well, what the hell is her reason? He would have loved to ponder that question more, but at that moment, a deafening shriek suddenly shook the world. Sunny was rather proud of the battle roar he had produced earlier with the help of the extraordinary rock, but compared to this sky-splitting wail, it seemed like a placid whisper. Looking up, he saw an enormous scaled beast plummeting from a whirlwind of crows, its body wreathed in arcs of searing lightning. One of the rotting wings of the flying horror had been completely torn off, a river of vile miasma flowing from the terrible wound like a waterfall of corruption. It seemed that Sky Tide and Wake of Ruin were the first to overcome their opponent. The problem was. Sunny's eyes widened. That the wounded Titan looked like he was falling, directly on his head. Well, that's new. Sunny had lived through many unthinkable disasters, managing to survive in the most dire and seemingly inescapable situations. The improbable tales of his close brushes with death could probably fill a book. However, he had definitely never had a Titan fall on his head. What the hell is this? The great scaled beast was plummeting to the ground, its body riddled with terrible wounds. One of its 3 long necks was severed, the other hung lifelessly, held by only a few threads of flesh. Of its wings, only one remained. A cloud of vile miasma trailed behind it like a harrowing cloak. The creature was maybe 24 seconds away from crashing into the ground. Sunny froze for a moment, stunned by the frightening visage of the Titan that had been cast down from the skies. He wasn't the only one. Nephi's was looking up, too, and so were the soldiers. Even the nightmare creatures halted, raising their bestial heads to witness the fall of one of their lords. Updated from. Not good. Neph was the first to react. Her voice rolled across the battlefield, pulling the awakened out of their shocked inaction. Pull back. Fighting retreat. Move if you want to live. At the same time, she sent Sunny a mental message. Sunny. I am going to stall the horde to cover the retreat. You do as you wish. The meaning of her words was clear. What Neph meant to say was. A deafening explosion rang out, and a crudely directed wave of white flame rolled from her staggering figure in a wide fan. It swallowed many ranks of nightmare creatures. Some were torn to tiny pieces and turned to ash, crumbling into nothingness. Some survived, receiving terrible and debilitating burns. Together, Sunny and Nephi's had managed to build a temporary dam that blocked the path of the abominations. Half of the dam was the wall of shadows, the other was the wave of flames. Of course, that dam would not last long, and both of them had spent the lion's share of their remaining essence to produce this wide-scale effect. The wall was already cracking, and the wave was already dying down. But it was enough to buy the soldiers time to retreat. And before their dam fully collapsed, the shadow of the falling Colossus covered the ground. Crap. Sunny felt the impact of the massive body before his vision registered it. That was because he suddenly found himself flying, the ground disappearing from beneath his feet. As a violent tremor traveled through the battlefield, splitting the ground apart, he hit the dirt and rolled, sensing his skin burn. Sunny could feel a powerful gale assault him with furious force, but he was blinded by the cloud of the vile miasma that had covered everything around. He realized that it was sky tide pushing the noxious cloud away from the army's formation. However, Sunny was too deep into the miasma. Even though he had stopped breathing and closed his eyes, he could still feel the deadly poison seep into his skin. Marble shell and blood weave were preventing his flesh from rotting and dissolving, for now. He did not know how long his defenses would last, though. The miasma flowing from within the body of the scaled beast was much more virulent and powerful than any toxin he had encountered before. That's just great. Sunny summoned the essence pearl. As soon as the memory manifested itself, he placed it in his mouth, regaining the ability to breathe without inhaling deadly poison. He still hesitated to open his eyes, though, perceiving the world through the shapes and movements of shadows. The shadows were a mess. It was hard to tell what exactly was going on around him. All he could feel was a sea of nightmare creatures wailing in agony as their bodies were being dissolved by the miasma. It was sort of ingenious, actually. By controlling the wind to blow the cloud away from the human formation, Saint Tyrus was pushing it into the horde of abominations. It did not matter that the Titan had been on their side. The nightmare creatures plunged into the miasma were doomed to be destroyed, just like humans would. The devastation was so thorough that, in this section of the battlefield, the pressure on the defensive line of Awakened had drastically lessened. Nothing would be able to pass through the breach now. So, that problem was solved. The problem that remained was that Sunny and Nephi's had found themselves within the cloud of miasma. Changing Star could probably burn the poison away with her flames, but he was having a very unpleasant time. Arg, damn it. Escape. I need to escape back to where the fire keepers had retreated. But Sunny was all turned around because of the earthquake from the Titan's fall. Where to go? He gritted his teeth, then ordered two of the shadows to slip off his body and dash away in two different directions. With some luck, one of them would leave the noxious cloud and show him the way. Before that happened, however. Ah, crap. Sunny felt a massive shadow lunging at him from somewhere unseen. He blindly slashed with the sin of Solace, feeling the jade blade bite into something extremely tough, then sink into something soft. Then, something hard crashed into him, and he was sent flying for a second time in the last minute. This time, Sunny fell on a pile of abomination corpses. He felt sharp spikes and scales scrape against the silk of the graceless dusk and rolled down, tracking the movements of the massive shadow. What the hell was it? It didn't seem to have legs, or arms, simply floating above the ground. One thing was certain, though, the thing, whatever it was not feeling swell. Its movements were chaotic and resembled convulsions. Even without the deathly miasma and the strike delivered by Sunny, the creature was in a sorry state. He still refused to open his eyes, though. If he did, however, he would have seen a ghastly head swaying above the ground. It was held up by a long neck that arched up and disappeared into the haze of the miasma. The head was covered by tough scales, and had the hilt of the sin of Solace protruding from a crack in its skull. The head swayed madly, opening its maw, and shot forward in a frenzied desire to swallow Sunny. But before it could, the long neck convulsed one last time, and the demented light slowly disappeared from the frenzied eyes of the creature. Still, that was the second Titan Sunny had killed. If not for the fact that both of the kills were somewhat murky, he would be going around demanding that people call him the Titan Slayer. The sales of the brilliant Emporium would definitely skyrocket if its proprietor had such an illustrious title. He shook his head again, then stood up. First, he had to escape the damned miasma. I must have hit my head when I fell. One of his shadows had just discovered the correct path, but Sunny belatedly realized that he could have just moved in the direction opposite of where the wind was blowing. Saint Tyrus was pushing the cloud away from the human formation, after all, so that was where the formation had to be. As he made the first step, the burning sensation gnawing at his skin suddenly disappeared, replaced by searing, but pleasant heat. Then, Sunny was surrounded by bright light. He opened his eyes at the same moment as a strong hand gripped his shoulder. Nephice was standing by his side, both of them surrounded by a whirlwind of flame. The fire burned away the miasma, creating a pocket of clean, if somewhat thin, air. Are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and smiled crookedly. Better than ever. Hearing her actual voice was unexpectedly nice. Good. Then let's get out of here. Nev threw a glance at the head of the Titan that lay on the ground a few meters away from them, the harrowing maw opened in an eternal, silent scream. Then, without saying anything, she pulled Sunny away. He followed. Yes, getting the hell out of here sounds like a great plan. By the time Sunny and Nephice escaped from the noxious cloud, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The wolves, the night singers, and the fire keepers were cut off from the nightmare creatures by the deathly miasma, so they received a few moments of respite. The poison itself, meanwhile, was blown into the depths of the horde by Skytide's winds, wreaking havoc among the abominations. Suddenly, the pressure on the center of the army formation lessened. The fighting on the flanks, however, only grew more furious. Sunny reached the line of soldiers, passed between the forward fighters, and plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Nephice was in no better state than him, worse, actually. The pain of having to use her abilities for so long had taken a toll on her. She lowered herself to the ground near him, staring at the mud with distant eyes. The awakened met their return with wide smiles, faces shining with relief and triumph. Seeing that the two masters were exhausted and needed to catch their breaths, they closed ranks around them and prepared their weapons, watching the hazy wall of swirling miasma with cold focus. If something suddenly lunged at the formation from the poisonous haze, the soldiers were prepared to meet it with sharp blades. Sunny slowly exhaled, returning from the rampant state of battle frenzy. Then, he looked up. The fall of one of the Titans was a great victory in and of itself. However, it had meaning far beyond the death of a powerful abomination. Much more important was the fact that the death of the winged horror would inevitably cause a cascade of meaningful consequences. In fact, the chain reaction was already beginning. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Now that Wake of Ruin and Skytide were free, each of them moved to provide support in other spots on the battlefield. The steel-winged bird of prey fell like a sword of heavens, obliterating a vast swath of crawling vines that Summer Night, Dire Fong, and Silent Stalker were fighting against. The vast murder of crows, meanwhile, descended on the horde itself. St. Cor's strongest suit had never been facing a single, overwhelmingly powerful adversary in the battle against the winged titan. He could only provide support to Tyrus. A sea of abominations turned into a sea of corpses. The ghastly carpet of monstrous bodies covered the plain, stretching far into the distance. Countless crows filled the sky, and the ground had turned into wet sludge after absorbing rivers of blood. The stench of it all was almost unbearable. And yet, it was the most glorious thing Sunny had ever seen. Staring at the grand battlefield, he couldn't quite believe what he saw. The scale of the battle they had just won was simply too unbelievable. Even after witnessing massive sieges in the Antarctica Center, Sunny was unprepared to witness something like this. This time, the humans were not defending, stalling for time while the civilians evacuated. This time, they had gone on the offensive, venturing into the wilderness to slay the Titans and the horde the four creatures had caused to assemble. They even succeeded. Despite the fact that the evacuation army had achieved many of its goals in the southern quadrant and continued following the plan, this felt like the first true victory Sunny had witnessed since the start of the Chain of Nightmares. And he played a substantial role in achieving it. Sunny studied the changed landscape of the plain with a slightly startled expression. Then, a frown slowly appeared on his face. What happens next, then? Right now, all 7 saints were gathered in one spot. Soon, they would depart for their siege capitals. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for the great clans to show their fangs? Suddenly grim, Sunny shook his head and turned around, throwing a glance at the tired soldiers around him. One step at a time. The divergence from the norm continued after the fighting was over, as well. Usually, the human forces would be hastily retreating from the site of the battle to escape the converging abominations that had been attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. However, the joint army defiantly stayed in place. A field camp was established, surrounded by hastily constructed fortifications. Teams of salvagers prowled the vast battlefield, retrieving soul shards and dismantling the bodies of the most powerful nightmare creatures for precious materials. It was as if the leaders of the expedition force were not at all concerned by the threat of the migrating hordes. On the contrary, they seemed to welcome the danger. The joint army had been assembled to destroy the Titans and reduce the accumulation of nightmare creatures in the area before the siege capitals could be compromised. Both of these objectives had been achieved, but the saints decided to cull more abominations while they had a chance. No one knew when Valor, Song, and the government would join forces again. The fighting on the fringes of the camp would most likely continue through the rest of the day and the entire night, with several smaller hordes being ground against the bulwark of the 7 saints and their soldiers. None of that concerned Sunny, though. For now, he could just rest. The Fire Keepers, the Wolves, and the Nightsingers had ended the battle together, so they were assigned the same spot inside the camp. Despite how fierce the fighting had been, casualties were few. None among the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and a mere handful in the 2 companies led by Effie and Kai. That was mostly thanks to the 5 masters who had shielded the awakened soldiers from the worst of what the Titanic horde had to offer. So, the mood inside their section of the camp was more festive than grave. As Sunny walked through the rows of tents toward a supply vehicle where food was being prepared, he received many reactions. Look! It's him. Gods almighty, when Master Sunless lured that tyrant to the river, I knew that he was good. But I thought that he was just an extremely competent scout, you know? Who knew that we had such a monster with us this whole time? A monster? More like a devil. Damn, now I know where that nickname comes from. He has to be one of the scariest descended in the quadrant, right? No, in the whole world. Why are you guys so surprised? Master Sunless is from Changing Stars cohort, like our Wolfie. Of course he's just as crazy as her. I think I'm going to have a dream about him today. I just don't know if it'll be a nightmare or, a different kind of dream. Are you so smitten that you've lost what little brain you used to have, fool? You're an awakened. You don't dream. Ah, yes, what a pity, relief. Sunny was slightly amused by that last one, but he did not let it show. It seemed that his little performance had worked, at least on these ordinary soldiers. What effect it had on the intended targets, Morgan, Xianxia, and by extension the forces of the great clans on the continent, remained to be seen. He got a generous portion of army stew and made his way to the tent where the other 4 masters were gathered. The atmosphere inside was relaxed, but none of them had dismissed their armor. Even though the situation seemed to be under control, and the saints appeared confident in their ability to protect the camp, one could never know what would happen when the spell was involved. So, experienced fighters like them never allowed themselves to completely lower their guards. Kai was absent-mindedly cleaning his face with a wet towel, Nephice was sitting tiredly on a cot, Jet was stretched on another one with a blissful expression on her face, and Effie, of course, Effie was wolfing down an unreasonable amount of food. When she saw him, however, she forced herself to pause for a moment. The huntress stared at Sunny with wide eyes updated from. Sunny, what the hell was that? You just, boom. And went berserk. It was actually sort of spectacular. She looked at Kai, Effie, and Nephice with a shrug. That's just how it goes. In the Antarctic Center, everyone knew how fierce of a fighter he is. Now, people in East Antarctica will know, too. Kai lingered for a bit, then said. We all know it as well, of course. More than anyone. It's just that. Sunny, you usually shy away from the spotlight. Seeing you acting out of character is a little strange. Is everything all right? Sunny sent his friend a reassuring smile and nodded. Sure. I shied away from the spotlight because it was convenient, and now I don't, because it's more convenient. So, don't worry. Then, he looked at Nephice and raised an eyebrow. And what about you? No comment? She turned her head and studied him for a few moments. Eventually, Nephice looked away and said simply. Your swordsmanship has improved. And that was it. Sunny opened his mouth to respond, but then grew silent. A slight frown appeared on his face. With a sigh, he found himself a seat and concentrated on the food. That was because the shadow he had left outside the tent noticed someone heading their way. Black armor, red cape, vermilion eyes that were sharp enough to cut steel. Morgan was coming to pay them a visit. Sunny settled in a corner and stuffed his mouth with stew. A few moments later, the flap of the tent opened, and Morgan walked in, followed closely by Cassie. The Princess of Valor seemed to be in a good mood. Her strange vermilion eyes were lively and vivid, shining with barely contained excitement. It was as though the calamitous battle had invigorated the usually restrained young woman, revealing a glimpse of her true self. Without the habitual mask of composed decorum, Morgan looked younger. Her words echoed Sunny's thoughts. A pleasant and disturbingly familiar smile appeared on her beautiful face, and with a melodious laugh, Morgan said. That was spectacular. Dear sister, venerable masters, you did not disappoint. With that, her lips twisted a little in an expression of wistful regret. She seemed disappointed by the fact that she had not received a chance to participate in the battle personally. Morgan sighed. The whole camp is aflame with the tales of what happened in your corner of the battlefield. Even the feats performed by the saints seem to have taken a back seat to what Changing Star has achieved. Ah. I'm so proud of my talented, capable little sister. Nicely done. She paused for a moment, and then added with a smile that seemed a little sharper than before. Your glory is Clan Valor's glory, of course. So, I am very happy right now. Sunny silently chewed his food. Hearing the word glory from a descendant of war god really rubbed him the wrong way, but he didn't let it ruin his appetite. Indeed, she has a good reason to be happy. If the War of the Great Clans was a popularity contest, which it was, in a sense, then Valor was currently winning. Not only had Skytide been the first of the Saints to slay her foe, but the potentially catastrophic breach in the defensive formation had also been repaired by Nephice. Was that why Morgan failed to send us reinforcements? To earn her damned clan some glory? Sunny frowned. That was a possibility, but a small one. Anvil's daughter was not someone who would sacrifice strategic benefits to earn a little bit of fame, especially because Clan Valor already had too much of it. So, he simply glanced at Morgan and asked. By the way, what happened to those reinforcements we were supposed to receive? Not looking particularly guilty or taken aback by his bluntness, she shrugged. It didn't look like you needed any, so I sent them someplace else. Sunny wanted to rebuke her, but then changed his mind and turned his attention back to the stew. They had indeed managed to hold out by themselves, in the end. The perspective of the people directly participating in the bloodshed was, naturally, limited. Morgan, on the other hand, had enjoyed the broad view of the whole battlefield, especially because of Cassie. She must have known that Saint Tyrus had been close to defeating the defiled Seeker of Truth. In fact, Morgan might have been the one to coordinate with Sky Tide and make sure that the Titan fell in front of the breach, sealing it with the cloud of lethal miasma. So, while it seemed as though the Fire Keepers had been left for dead from Sunny's perspective, she really could have had no reason to send reinforcements their way. I'm not sure that I'm buying it, but on the other hand, I'm also not sure that I'm not buying it. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that Morgan was staring at him intently. Sunny shifted. What? Her smile grew wider. My dear sister fought admirably, but I expected nothing less from a daughter of valor. You, however. Master Sunless, you gave me a very, very pleasant surprise. It seems that the reports I've read about you were not nearly detailed enough. She took a step closer and leaned forward, staring at him with something that almost resembled hunger. To be honest, I never understood what my little sister saw in you. But now, I take it all back. She has a good eye. You fought beautifully, Master Sunless, we really should spar sometime. I have not had a good sparring partner in a long, long time. My dear sister indulged me at first, but now, she is always busy. Neff's mouth twitched a little. Sunny, meanwhile, shivered under Morgan's burning gaze. Right. I forgot. She's a complete battle maniac. He coughed awkwardly. Sure. Why not? A friendly spar sounds like a good idea. Oh, but I mostly fight nightmare creatures, so my habits are a bit rough. So do tell me if I get carried away. Morgan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. That won't be a problem. I tend to get carried away myself, sometimes. That's why it's hard to find suitable sparring partners, most people are so brittle, you know? Sunny shrugged. Can't say that I do. He was definitely not brittle, so there was no reason to be concerned. A spar was just a spar, after all. So why was he suddenly feeling cold? As if he had just gotten himself into a really, really sticky situation. Morgan lingered for a few moments, staring at him with gleaming eyes, then shook her head. Sadly, our spar will have to wait until we return to the siege capital. And about that, sister, might I have a word? There are things we must discuss. Nephice nodded, then rose from her seat and followed Morgan out of the tent. Soon, there were only 5 people inside once again. Cassie stayed behind, sitting quietly in a corner. SirTheOvifyer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sunny finished his stew and asked her in a low tone. What is that about? The blind girl hesitated for a moment. They need to plan a route to the siege capital. The way back is shaping up to be perilous. For a few reasons. He nodded, understanding the underlying message. Then, Sunny gave Cassie a complicated look. When things seemed especially dark during the battle, Neff had told him to trust in the blind girl. So, what had been Cassie's intent in placing them there? Had she simply known that the fire keepers would not end up stranded in the sea of nightmare creatures? Or had she known more? For example, that Sunny would deliver the fatal blow to the wounded Titan if put in that particular spot of the battlefield. And speaking of the dead Titan, there was a memory that Sunny had yet to take a look at. An ascended memory of the 7th tier. Putting his plate away, Sunny found a cot, stretched his tired body on it, and closed his eyes. Then, he dove into the soul sea. Walking past the legion of silent shadows to stand between the 5 dark suns of his lightless soul, Sunny summoned the memory forth. Soon, a round hand mirror of dark silver appeared in the air in front of him. Its front looked like a pool of still mercury, while its back was decorated with beautiful engravings. Sunny saw his pale reflection in the silver mirror, and suddenly felt an eerie chill creep up his spine. That memory gave him a very ominous feeling. When he took the mirror, it felt strangely heavy in his hand. Not a weapon, and not an armor. A tool, then? Or a charm? He hesitated for a moment, and summoned the runes. Essia, the novelfire.net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Strings of shimmering symbols appeared in the air, surrounding the hand mirror. He read them, frowning slightly. Memory, mirror of truth, memory rank, ascended memory tier, 7. Memory type, tool. The first 4 strings held no surprises. The next few, however. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Why is that name here? The first word in the description of the mirror of truth was not one that he had expected to see today, but one that he knew all too well. That word was Weaver. Sunny glanced at the hand mirror with a tense expression, a deep scowl appearing on his face. Then, he slowly turned back to the runes and continued to study them. Since the start of the Antarctica campaign, he had often encountered hints and mentions of Ariel, the demon of dread. So why did Weaver's name suddenly show up in the runes of a memory? There was only one way to find out. The description read. Memory description: Weaver was known as the master of lies, while Ariel was known as the keeper of truths. The two were not close and rarely met, which was why Ariel was surprised to find Weaver staring at his pyramid one day. Isn't it beautiful, this tomb of mine? Have you come to admire it? Ariel said. After a moment of silence, Weaver responded. I have not known that you built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. Then, Weaver asked. But you seem to feel too much, demon of dread. Your face is unsightly. You are smiling, but there are tears streaming from your eyes. Why? Ariel laughed. I'm not sure. He laughed and cried as he looked at the tomb, saying, I built it to bury the truth. Truth is the most hideous thing in the world, Weaver, and knowing it is a cruel torment. I mean to bury the truths that I cannot endure at the heart of this tomb, and be free of them forever. Weaver remained silent. After a while, Weaver spoke. It seems to me that you already did. And you already are. With that, the demon of fate turned and walked away without looking back. Walking away, Weaver whispered. You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Just like Weaver in the description, Sunny remained silent for a long time. Wait, the tomb of Ariel is not the burial place of Ariel, the demon of dread? Instead, it's the tomb that he built? That information alone was worth a lot. However, there was so much more in that strangely verbose description. Like the fact that Ariel had apparently constructed the Black Pyramid to hide ugly truths from existence, or rather, those truths that he could not bear to know. Wouldn't that mean that the clan, or person, to conquer the pyramid would learn all those secrets? But even more than that, Weaver's appearance in the description of the Mirror of Truth was itself very interesting. Sunny remembered the exact words. I have not known that you built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. Since Weaver had just been called the master of lies in the previous string of runes, wouldn't it mean that Sunny should take these words with a grain of salt? So the demon of fate had actually known of the existence of the tomb, had seen it before, had come to look at it again on purpose, and felt a great deal of things as a result. Maybe. Sunny thought about it for a while, then shook his head. I'll probably only know if I actually look at it myself. With that, he shifted his gaze and glanced at the runes describing the enchantments of the Mirror of Truth. Or rather, an enchantment. There was only one. By now, Sunny knew that more powerful enchantments demanded more space within the weave. Which meant that for a memory of the 7th tier to possess a single enchantment, that enchantment had to be a really powerful one. He read the runes. Memory enchantments, searching reflection, enchantment description, catch the visage of a being into the Mirror of Truth. Activate the enchantment to destroy the mirror and gain 1 power of the reflected being for a period of time that depends on its potency. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wha? His hand trembled. Wouldn't that make him a discount Mordred? What the hell? He stared at the mirror, not knowing how to feel. On one hand, being able to steal an ability of any being, be it a human or a nightmare creature, was crazy. On the other hand, the Mirror of Truth would be destroyed in the process, and the stolen ability would only persist for a period of time. Which was still incredible. But damned Prince of Nothing could do it any time he wanted, for as much time as he needed. Sunny shook his head. No, this is an amazing memory. It's just that Mordred is seriously broken. And he even seems to be immortal, to boot. Where's justice in that? Grimacing, he left the soul sea and opened his eyes, staring silently at the roof of the tent. His mood was not great. It did not remain foul for a while, though. That was because after a few minutes of sulking, Sunny couldn't help but start thinking about whose ability he could steal. Nephi's had really outstanding abilities, except for her ascended one, which was rather strange and all but useless. Cassie had great ones, too. But why settle for those? What about Whispering Blade and Beastmaster? A transformation ability of a saint in his hands, that would be a fun trump card to have. Hell, he did not even have to limit himself to saints. There was a corrupted titan somewhere in East Antarctica. There was the winter beast, too. Sunny did not notice as a smile appeared on his face. And so, he fell asleep, smiling. His last thought was, not bad for a day's work. Sunny had been really exhausted after the long battle. However, due to the blessing of spirit and the blessing of flesh, enchantments of the Shroud of Dusk, he only needed a few short hours to recover from the heavy fatigue. He woke up feeling rested and refreshed, but also strangely forlorn. Sunny had not dreamed in a long while, but tonight, he did. The dream had already disappeared from his memory, but the feeling of sorrow and loss remained, pressing at his heart. He let out a sigh. I actually had a nightmare, wow. As if the waking world is not nightmarish enough, already. Sunny was in a subdued and contemplative mood. Before falling asleep, he had been thinking about how to use the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Now that he had woken up, however, he found his mind drifting to its description. No matter how he looked at it, the conversation between Weaver and Ariel was really too strange. Especially the words Weaver had whispered at the end. You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why would the demon of fate, who was known to weave countless lies, admonish Ariel for discarding the truth? Unexpectedly, Sunny thought of the sin of Solace. Not its enchantments, and not even its description, but the name of the cursed sword itself. Why was Solace a sin, exactly? The description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk spoke about how the Sibyls found salvation and solace within the tomb of Ariel. However, in the end, they too were destroyed. Dusk had been the last of them. The hideous truth, enchantment of the sin of Solace, meanwhile, was supposed to grant revelations to those who succumbed to madness. Revelations of truth, which Ariel had described as the most hideous thing in the world and the source of cruel torment. So, wasn't Ariel himself the sinner, then? He had committed a sin by seeking solace and forgetting the truth. Perhaps Weaver, as a masterful liar, knew the value of truth just as well as the demon of dread, and felt contempt for those who squandered it. Perhaps there was more to this story. In any case, Sunny turned slightly and glanced in the direction where Kai was sleeping restlessly. The emissaries of both Valor and Song were currently in the camp, so he could not pass up the opportunity to try and glean some of their secrets. As the shadows prowled the army camp, he thought about the searching reflection enchantment one more time and summoned his runes. Sunny had not taken a good look at them in a while. The shimmering symbols ignited in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless, true name, lost from light, rank, ascended, class, tyrant, shadow cores, 5-7, shadow fragments, 503/5000, memories, silver bell, puppeteer's shroud, midnight shard, extraordinary rock, endless spring, dark wing, moonlight shard, weaver's mask, autumn leaf, cruel sight, covetous coffer, heavenly burden, memory of fire, memory of ice, strike of thunder, Morgan's warbow, shadow lantern, bone singer, shadow chair, overpriced saddle, dying wish. Sin of solace, bitter cusp, stifled scream, weaver's needle, essence pearl, nimble catch, shroud of graceless dusk, mirror of truth. There were several memories apart from the mirror of truth that he had received during the last battle. Sunny studied them for a few moments, then decided that those would be best used as nourishment for nightmare. Satisfied, he continued to read the runes. Echoes, shadows, onyx saint, soul serpent, nightmare, ravenous fiend, attributes, fated, flame of divinity, master of shadows, blood weave, bone weave, marble shell, aspect, shadow slave, aspect rank, divine, aspect abilities, shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation, aspect legacy, shadow dance, flaw, clear conscience, dream anchor, tower of longing. Sunny concentrated on his shadows. Saint was at a respectable 0 shadow fragments out of 300. That was because he had concentrated on feeding his other shadow after she transcended. Nightmare was still a mere awakened creature, so he could see a class evolution much sooner that way. The Black Destrier was swiftly approaching that evolution. His runes showed shadow fragments, 179 out of 300, nightmares required, 734/1000. Sunny thought for a few moments. Not bad. Then, he did another thing that he had not done in a while. He concentrated on his innate ability, and summoned Nef's runes. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. There had been a time when Sunny studied changing stars runes like a man obsessed. His whole life had been built around the desire to overtake her on the path to power. He might have even done a few careless things in that pursuit. At some point, however, Sunny had lost the desire to compare himself to Nephi's, at least in this way. The first change had happened because of her return from the dream realm. The second, sometime in the Antarctic Center, he had lost the habit of summoning her runes every day. Shadow fragments, soul fragments, those were not a true measure of strength, anyway. Sunny had seen countless mundane soldiers stand and fight against the nightmare creatures, never surrendering despite the dire disparity of power between them. If those people were weak, then he did not know whom to call strong. And so, at some point, he had stopped paying constant attention to Nef's runes without even noticing it. Now, however, Sunny had the mirror of truth. So, he decided that it was worth taking another look. The familiar symbols shimmered, forming into strings. Name, Nephi's true name, changing star rank, ascended, class, tyrant, soul cores, 5/7. He stared at that number for a few moments. After years of lagging behind, Sunny had finally caught up to her. Wasn't it so very funny that he had only been able to do so after stopping caring about the race? A light smile appeared on his face. Whatever, she still has more fragments than I do. She'll be a terror sooner than me. But did it really matter? In the end, they would both be titans. That day was not as far away as it had once seemed, now. Sunny continued to read. Soul fragments, 2719/5000, T/S chapter is updated by. Nephi's had received many soul shards from the treasury of Clan Valor after being adopted by them. However, she could not reveal the fact that she possessed a divine aspect and multiple soul cores. Requesting more than 1,000 would have been strange and aroused suspicion. She had not been hunting down many nightmare creatures while Sunny had been going from one dire battle to another almost every day in the Antarctic Center, either, so her progress was slow as of late. Now that Changing Star had arrived in Antarctica, though, that was bound to change. Sunny wondered how many soul fragments she had received in the recent battle, then turned his attention back to the runes. Memories, Dream Blade, Starlight Legion Armor, Dawn Shard, Dark Wing, Nameless Sun. The other two abilities, her awakened and ascended ones, respectively, were new. The awakened ability was rather straightforward. Flame Manipulation, ability description, you can bend all fire to your will. That was how Nephice was able to control fire, turning it into her weapon. That fire did not have to be her own, although she could produce flames if there were none around at the cost of feeling terrible pain. The ascended ability, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Longing, ability description, your soul is incorruptible. And that was all. Not only was it a passive ability, which was incredibly rare for ascended abilities, it also did not do anything. It did not even raise Neph's protection against soul attacks, or improve the rate of her essence regeneration. For all intents and purposes, longing was useless. Of course, Sunny knew a thing or two about the type of corruption the runes spoke of. So, he understood how incredibly special that ability was. In theory. In practice, they had never even faced corruption. Sunny did not even know of anyone who knew how corruption happened. All humans were familiar with was the result of it, the nightmare creatures. Against those, having a pure soul was of no help. A pure soul. Sunny sighed and looked at the last string of runes. Flaw, pristine soul, flaw description, you must suffer to use your power. He lingered for a while, staring at them, and then dismissed the symbols. I don't think I'll be using the Mirror of Truth on Nephice, unless I'm about to kill a truly powerful nightmare creature or human and want to absorb an incredible amount of shadow fragments. But then again, would it even work? The description of the half-breed, innate ability spoke of soul essence, not shadow essence. No, he would have to find better targets. And speaking of better targets, his shadows were already getting close to the emissaries of song and valor. Today, luck was on Sunny's side. Usually, he would not have been able to listen in on the really important conversations between the emissaries of the great clans. They were too cautious, and he was very cautious, as well. Perhaps he could overcome the defensive measures his targets had in place, but the cost of failure was too great. So, he had been reluctant to try. But today, maybe because of the clamor and pressure of the ongoing clash with the nightmare creatures that had been drawn to the battlefield, the representatives of both song and valor had been slightly neglectful. And since Sunny had already spent a month learning how to get closer to them, he managed to witness two very interesting conversations. The first one was between Morgan and Maddock. The two members of the Valor family remained in the stone fort on top of the giant Echo's carapace, speaking about something as they observed the constant stream of abominations being ground against the outer perimeter of the camp. Of course, no one could hear what they were saying, since the two were surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented any sound from coming out. Even the movement of their lips was obscured. There were memories active that made it almost impossible for someone to divine the conversation, as well. However, Sunny was not a diviner. Much more importantly, he managed to get inside the circle of silence by hiding his own shadows in the shadow of one of Valor's awakened. The man had been invited to make a report, and so, Morgan herself led him through the layers of wards surrounding the fort. When the awakened arrived, she studied him for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, "Is there news, Squire Warren?" The awakened shifted slightly. He tried to hide his excitement at the fact that she knew his name, but failed miserably. Sunny mentally rolled his eyes, while Morgan pretended not to notice. Well, the poor man could not be blamed. How often did ordinary awakened retainers in service of the great clan closely interact with its princess? Very rarely, most likely. Morgan was a striking person, as well. Despite her coldness and sharpness, she was someone even Sunny found hard to look away from. There was just something about the young woman and her vibrant vermilion eyes that demanded attention. Not to mention the fact that she was quite literally a member of exalted royalty. In any case, Squire Warren did have something to report. He bowed to Morgan and Maddock, then spoke in a deep, respectful voice. "We received word from Knight Stad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct." Morgan looked away and grimaced. "I know. It's just that, you know what is at stake." She remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "Should we send Nephice, then?" Maddox's face changed slightly. "Don't even think about it. You know how your father feels about her." Morgan sighed, then looked in the direction of the battlefield. Fickle man. Far away, hidden safely in the tent, Sunny was frowning. What exactly had the scouts found in the desert? What was the insurmountable advantage Valor wanted to secure at all costs? At this stage in the race toward the Black Pyramid, both clans were trying to establish a foothold in the desert. They were slowly ramping up the search for nightmare gates that led to relatively safe areas, to use them as entry points for the expedition forces. A few of these areas had apparently already been found. What else could Knight Stad be hunting for? Some kind of precious resource or revelation about that region of the Dream Realm? A natural stronghold that could serve as a fortress for the forces of Valor? A citadel, even? There was that last part of the conversation, as well. It was, honestly, rather disturbing. There seemed to be something complicated going on within Clan Valor. But Sunny had no idea what. Strangely enough, it was the emissaries of Song that helped him shed some light on that situation. Because they were currently talking about Nephice, as well. In a distant part of the camp, within the circle of armored vehicles, a lavish tent had been raised. Beastmaster and Saishan were inside. At the moment, Beastmaster was enjoying a bowl of fresh fruit as she looked at her sister with a pleasant smile. Her words, however, were anything but pleasant. Beastmaster was saying, "Should we kill that girl, Changing Star?" Sunny did not have much of a reaction to that statement. Hearing a terrifying existence like Beastmaster contemplating the murder of one of his close ones, was certainly a chilling experience. However, the person in question was Neff. So, the feeling was not novel. Someone was always trying to kill her. "I'd like to see you try." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "Actually, no. I take it back. I would not like it one bit." Silence hung in the distant tent for a few moments. Saishan did not hurry with an answer. When she eventually spoke, her voice was even. "That would require us to commit too many resources." Beastmaster seemed slightly surprised. The arch of her eyebrow was so exquisite that even Sunny's shadow was momentarily mesmerized. Luckily, he had sent the gloomy shadow to spy on her. That guy was not easily fazed. The shadow quickly regained its composure and continued to listen. "Too many resources? But she is just a master." Saishan shook her head. "She is a master, yes. But not just any master." The saint pondered that statement for a bit as she enjoyed succulent grapes. "I guess you would know best. That thing she pulled off on the Forgotten Shore was indeed a thing of beauty, plus, she is a self-healer. Killing those people is such a chore." She sighed, then said in a wistful tone, "Why did she have to go and join that dreadful clan? Granted, we did not try to recruit her too hard, but the King of Swords, that man. What is he thinking? First, he sends the Hanli boy to kill her. Then, he welcomes her into his family. Truly is shameless." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. So it was Anvil? Finally, he knew who had stood behind Castor. Granted, there was nothing to do with that information. Saishan seemed surprised, too. Her exotic, beautiful face darkened a little. "I thought it was us who sent him. Has the Hanli clan forgotten their loyalty?" Beastmaster laughed. "No, you've been lost in the dream realm for too long, Sean. You forget that for most lesser clans, our three great families are a monolith. Most of the time, they can only guess which domain gives the order. She swallowed another grape and smiled. Oh, we sent someone to kill her in the dream realm too. It's just that our messenger ended up being rather useless. He did not even make it to the Dark City. She remained silent for a bit, then shook her head. But something has to be done about changing star. The awakened under her command were already a problem. I have hoped that Nightingale and Raised by Wolves would keep their distance, but they seem too friendly with her, neither can be underestimated. And now there is that Master Sunless, as well. What a brutal character, and in such a cute package. What a shame. Wasn't he supposed to be a simple scout? Xianxia smiled slightly. You keep underestimating the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. No one who survived there is simple. Sunless, there's more to him than meets the eye. He is a madman, though. Back in the Dark City, he had a falling out with Changing Star and spent months living in the ruins alone. Even I would not have survived that, but he did. Beastmaster thought for a few moments. Our guest had a few brushes with Ascended Sunless, yes? He did not speak about him much, so I assumed that there is little to be said. I should have known better, though. That person has strange standards. To him, another madman is not even worth mentioning. Sunny noted two things from that exchange. First, his ploy to appear as a savage brute was at least partially successful. Second, Mordred had not shared his secrets with the great clan Song, just as Sunny had expected. No surprise here. Beastmaster swallowed another grape, then suddenly asked. How is Bast doing, by the way? Are you taking good care of him? Xianxia stared at her sister for a while, not amused. He is doing fine. As for Nephice and her fire keepers, at this point, our efforts would be better spent elsewhere. The saint laughed. Good, alright, let's not kill Changing Star and her allies yet. She lingered for a moment, and then smiled. We do have to kill someone, though. Time is of the essence. There were more interesting things said that night. Sitting on a cot in a remote tent, Sunny had silently absorbed them all. There was a somber expression on his face. Troublesome. Each clan was planning to test the other during the retreat back to the siege capitals, which had not come as a surprise. From this point forward, the hostilities between Valor and Song were only going to escalate. If anything, this first confrontation was shaping out to be rather tame. Neither of the sides was fully committing their saints to the ambushes, preferring to bide their time and turn the conflict into a war of attrition. There were valuable assets that both clans kept under layers of protection in terms of the ruthless economy of war. Trying to take these assets off the board was not cost-effective at this point in time. Luckily, Nephi seemed to be one such asset, as well. However, neither Valor nor Song could keep all their people protected. Cohorts of Awakened had to be sent out into the wilderness to scout for suitable nightmare gates. Scouts had to enter the Dream Realm and explore the deadly desert in search of positions that were suitable for establishing fortified expedition camps. Ascended like Nightstad had to lead the most important of these teams. These were the people the great clans were going to go after first in East Antarctica, and in the Dream Realm at the later stages of the conflict. Which Sunny did not mind one bit. The only thing he regretted was that he would not be able to get snacks and comfortably watch the soldiers of the great clans slaughter each other, as long as they limited their feud to outside the city walls. Sadly and predictably, that was already not the case. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Beastmaster was not satisfied with picking off awakened cohorts in the wilderness. So, she was planning to deliver a more damaging strike to her enemies. There were two possible targets, the headquarters of the Valor clan in the siege capital where Sunny was headed, or St. Tyrus and her White Feather clan in the city where Central Army Command and Wake of Ruin were based. She chose the former. So, that was what the near future held for Sunny. He would follow the forces of Valor back to their siege capital, fighting a probing ambush staged by Song in the process. Once there, Maddock would send off reinforcements for Nightstad and depart, leaving Morgan to deal with the team of assassins Beastmaster was dispatching to attack their headquarters. Sunny was not too concerned about what Whispering Blade would do to Mordred. The man was too powerful and too precise, and the decision to activate him so early into the conflict was too unexpected. No matter if he achieved his goal or not, the attack itself would be unseen and contained. The fight between the team of Beastmaster's assassins and Morgan's warriors, now that promised to do a lot of harm to the refugees trapped in the siege capital. Which was why he had made a difficult decision to leave the gloomy shadow with the forces of Song. There was a lot of risk tied to that decision, but also a lot of potential benefit. Once enough kilometers separated Sunny from his shadow, he would lose contact with it. After that, the gloomy guy would be on his own for a while. The task in front of the shadow was both simple and difficult: to keep itself hidden, learn the identities of the assassins, and follow them back to Valor's territory. If everything went right, Sunny would know the precise location of the infiltration team as soon as they reached the siege capital. If not, his soul might get seriously wounded or, even worse, crippled. All he could do was trust in his shadow's competence. Sunny stood up from his cot and stretched, hearing the sounds of the battle slowly grow less intense. Now that the dawn had come, the joint army was preparing to withdraw and dissolve into 3 separate forces. His expression was slightly tense. He'll be all right. The gloomy guy has been through a lot by my side, so he knows what he's doing. He had to. With that, Sunny left the tent and went to find Nephi's. Changing Star was in a watchtower near the outer edges of the camp, observing the ongoing battle. Her gaze was locked on the lustrous figure of Summer Night, who stood like a fortress amidst the attacking nightmare creatures, cutting them down with his flowing lance. Sunny approached and stared at the slaughter, as well, wondering how was it that the saint had not gotten a single drop of blood on his armor. Was that a skill one could learn? The black silk of the graceless dusk always remained pristine, rejecting any kind of taint, but the same could not be said about his skin, and hair, especially hair. Washing blood out of his hair was a real chore. Which was one of the reasons Sunny had enjoyed the few months of being a scout and never getting his own hands dirty, instead relying on shadows to do the killing for him. That guy, Summer Night, is both deadly on the battlefield and nice in person. Makes me wonder if he really is a saint. Every other transcendent I know is either the stern stoic type, vaguely sinister, or completely insane. He really doesn't fit. Neff glanced in his direction and smiled with the corner of her mouth. Maybe you just attract these kinds of people. Sunny coughed. Come to think of it, stern and stoic, vaguely sinister, and completely insane were all words that could be used to describe Nephi's, as well updated from. She looked back to the battlefield and added. But you are right. Sir Gilead is somewhat of an outlier among the saints. He is too straightforward. What you see is what you get. Honor, valiance, loyalty, and all that. He is the picture of a noble knight. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Is that a bad thing? He certainly thought that it was. A person who proclaimed these virtues was either a hypocrite or dangerously naive. Gods only knew which option was worse. However, Sunny wanted to hear Neff's answer. She shrugged. Not usually. But in the case of Summer Night, it presents a contradiction. What is a person like that doing serving the King of Swords? And not just as a vassal, but as a direct retainer of clan valor. A tool in their machinations. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Sunny looked at Nephi's with curiosity. What are you doing serving the King of Swords? Her subtle smile grew a little wider, and white sparks ignited in her eyes. He smiled. Then, however, the smile disappeared from his face. Sunny looked forward, pretending to study the battle. Turns out, it was your Uncle Vale who sent Castor to kill you, you know, Andal of Valor, the King of Swords. That Uncle Vale. She didn't show any hint of a strong reaction. I figured as much. Sunny sighed. I also overheard that another one of your father's 3 friends had limited the great clans in what means they could use to kill you, back when you were a child. He seems to have protected you, to a degree. This time, Nephi's couldn't maintain the mask of indifference. Someone else might not have noticed, but Sunny knew her too well. She was shaken. After a long pause, Neff whispered. So that's how it is. I see. That explains a few things I always wondered about. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked. Do you have any idea what his reasons might be? Nephice remained silent for a long time, looking at the battlefield. One half of her face was illuminated by a gentle light, the other drowned in shadows. The cold wind was playing with her silver hair, making it dance. Eventually, she let out a deep sigh. I don't. However, I do have a suspicion. I am the last daughter of the immortal flame clan, Sunny, which means that I am also the last carrier of Sun God's lineage. Asterion had prevented that lineage from being snuffed out, and had taken Mordort from Anvil. It is almost as if he is collecting the carriers of divine lineages. Nephice paused for a few moments, and then added in a grave voice. If my suspicion is correct, then should you meet him in the future, you would be wise to be careful too, Sunny. You do not possess Shadow God's lineage, but Asterion might not know that. Sun God, War God, Beast God, Storm God, and Heart God, all these lineages had already been found. Shadow God's was the last one to remain hidden. Maybe that is why he stayed passive all these years, waiting patiently for it to reveal itself. She suddenly turned and looked him in the eyes, then said in her own voice, discarding the safety of the blessing desk. Sunny, you have guarded your secrets well. It is very important that you continue to do so. Be careful, if you wish. Please. The cold wind got to Sunny, as well, making him shiver. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye again. Effie and Kai were returning to the government-controlled section of East Antarctica with Wake of Ruin and St. Tyrus, while Jet was leaving with the forces of Song. The joint army had already withdrawn from the battlefield and traveled some distance away from it. Now, it was ready to break apart. Before it did, however, Sunny managed to find an opportunity to talk with Soul Reaper in private. The long column of vehicles had come to a stop, and they found each other among the busy chaos of imminent separation. How is living with the Song clan treating you? Jet smiled a little, then shrugged. It's treating me fine. I am often reminded of why was it exactly that I never wanted to be a part of a legacy clan, but it's fine. Weirdly, I feel a bit of kinship with these women. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Kinship, really? Why? She lingered for a few moments. A thief knows a thief, as a wolf knows a wolf. It's just a vague feeling, but I think that their flaws are similar to mine, not exactly the same, but similar. I have no solid proof, of course, but there are ways to tell. A thing like that influences you in many subtle ways. Jet looked away and let out a wistful sigh. All of Kisong's daughters are adopted, you know? Many of them were taken from the outskirts when they were very young. Who knows, in another life, I might have been a princess of a great clan, as well, wouldn't that be a sight? Sunny looked at her gloomily, trying to imagine Soul Reaper in the traditional wine-red attire of the Song clan. However, his imagination failed him. No matter how hard Sunny tried, he just couldn't imagine Jet wearing a dress. He scoffed. I do know, and yes, that would be a sight. However, I like the current you much more. Soul Reaper laughed. Me too, Sunny, me too. You are maybe a bit too young to understand the sentiment, but I fought long and hard to become the current me. I wouldn't trade it for the world. The smile slowly disappeared from her face, and she looked at him with a somber expression. You know that things are about to change in East Antarctica, right? Sunny slowly nodded, prompting her to ask. So, what are you going to do? Noticing Sunny, they all became lively. Sunny, man. You were a real terror on the battlefield yesterday. When the hell did you become that scary? Now I really want to ascend, too. Maybe I'll get a pseudo-transformation ability like you. You're an artisan, Kair. What kind of transformation are you going to get? Turn into a block of wood? Better be a block of wood than a blockhead like you. Sunny greeted them with a few smiles and a few elusive answers, then walked over to where Cassie was sitting and looked around. "Hey, Cass. Where's Nephice?" The blind girl pointed forward, where another vehicle, this one larger and better armored, was visible through the windshield of the APC. Morgan invited her for a last-minute discussion. He smiled darkly. "Oh, yeah? Discussion of what?" Cassie lingered with the answer. "Probably the ambush." He really did not know what to say. What kind of stupid ambush is this, when everyone knows that it's happening? Damn, I'm sure that even the ambushers know that we know. The sheer stupidity of it all. Sunny sighed, then sat near Cassie and grew quiet. Soon, the column of vehicles started to move, surrounded by a moving shield of mounted awakened. The human forces were returning victorious from a dire battle with a harrowing horde of nightmare creatures, having slayed 4 powerful titans. But what awaited them was not the warm welcome of the citizens, but the swords and bullets of fellow humans. He shook his head dejectedly. No, actually, there might be nightmare creatures in the ambush, as well. That's Beastmaster we are talking about, after all. The journey back to the Valor Enclave in East Antarctica was going to take several days. On the first day, the awakened riders charged forward many times, slaughtering any band of nightmare creatures that was unfortunate enough to wander into the convoy's path. Awakened and fallen abominations were ruthlessly cut down long before they could pose a threat to the vehicles. When a corrupted one appeared, the Knights of Valor attacked personally. Watching these exalted masters fight was both an inspiration and a grim reminder of what Sunny contended against. Each of them was no less deadly than Pierce and Welve, Mordred's jailers, had been, maybe even more so. With the Knights slaying the more dangerous nightmare creatures, none of the Saints had to personally intervene yet. There were also Morgan's echoes. Strangely enough, there were only a few of them in view. The Princes of War must have dismissed some of them, for now. Of course, there was also another possibility. Morgan could have sent several echoes to stage an ambush of her own. In fact, Sunny was more or less certain that she had updated from. He had spent the last month carefully studying the expedition force of the Great Clan. By now, he knew the faces of pretty much every awakened, ascended, and mundane specialist that Valor had sent to the southern quadrant, as well as the rough outline of their abilities. Which was why it had not escaped Sunny's attention that several cohorts of awakened that had participated in the battle against the Titanic horde were mysteriously missing from the convoy. They were, most likely, en route to lay a trap for the returning force of Song warriors. He did not envy them one bit. Sunny himself spent the first day silently observing how the warriors of Valor fought through the shadows. He thought about striking up a conversation with Cassie, but found it hard to find a topic to discuss. At least one that did not have to do with nightmare creatures, machinations of the great clans, or the tumultuous future facing them all. Work, basically. It was a bit strange. He had thought that they were close, despite everything. There were very few people in this world, if any, who were closer to him than her. And yet, Sunny realized that he did not know much about Cassie outside the dire reality of being an awakened. He never met her family, which she mentioned so much on the Forgotten Shore. He had never visited her home, or learned of her hobbies, things she enjoyed, things she found frustrating. He didn't even know what her official position in Clan Valor was, and how her life had changed because of it. That realization was disheartening. Granted, Cassie herself was part of the reason for the distance between them. After awakening, she seemed to have closed herself off from the outside world, somewhat. After the ascension, her isolation had only grown more pronounced. It was as though the blind girl was making a conscious effort to blend into the background, becoming as obscure and forgettable as possible. Ah, I understand. You might not know it, but I took driving lessons, as well, from an actual ace pilot, by the way. My ride sort of blew up, but when we get back to NQSC, I'll definitely buy a new one. And when I do, you can count on it being parked in the most visible places often. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked with strange curiosity. What else do you want to do when you get back? He scratched the back of his head. I actually have not given it much thought. Well, first things first, my shop is in desperate need of new exclusive merchandise. I've been practicing a lot here in Antarctica, so I might be able to bring the brilliant emporium to an entirely new level. Maybe I'll even branch out and open a memory boutique in Bastion. Oh, also, I've been thinking about opening a restaurant. Feeding people and making money at the same time, isn't that a dream? Sunny thought for a bit, and then added. I'm going to need to be in Bastion a lot, if I want to do proper business. I don't want to be anchored there, though, so, maybe I'll find a scenic, quiet citadel somewhere nearby. Out of the way of the mess between valor and song. He smiled, then asked. How about you? Cassie simply sighed. I think I'll be very busy after returning to NQSC. If I do have some free time, all I want to do is wear pajamas around the house and do nothing. She lingered for a moment, then suddenly flashed him a smile. I do promise to visit your restaurant, though. I'll even leave a big tip. As they talked, the sun wobbled to the edge of the sky, never falling behind the horizon, but turning the world dim. The convoy came to a stop, preparing for the next leg of the journey. In that lull, an awakened from Clan Valor arrived, putting an end to their conversation. It was very easy to send a message through the short-range communication network of the convoy, but Morgan had deemed it necessary to send an actual person to fetch them. The awakened approached the APC where Sunny and Cassie were, his imposing armored figure appearing in view of the external cameras of the armored vehicle, and politely knocked on the main hatch. When one of the fire keepers opened it, the man cleared his throat and said with solemn gravitas. Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience. Sunny recognized the awakened from spying on Morgan and Maddock yesterday. The guy sure was a bit too pompous for a glorified messenger, but remembering his earnest reaction to Whispering Blade's praise, that was not at all you. All Valor awakened were like that, too serious and full of ardent devotion. The fire keepers were zealously devoted to their leader, too, but at least they did not stand on ceremony. They saw Nephites as the best of them, as opposed to better than them. There was an important distinction. Sunny shook his head, then nodded at the awkward awakened and rose from the crate he was sitting on. Cassie stood up, too, and followed him outside. Her steps were cautious, but she seemed to have no problem navigating the world without being able to see it. It was a far cry from how helpless she had been on the forgotten shore. Her hand was resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer, too, reminding Sunny how deadly of a fighter she had become. Of course, with most of her abilities having nothing to do with combat, Cassie's battle prowess could not compare to that of more straightforward masters. Still, he wouldn't want to fight someone who knew his every move in advance. Sunny understood very well how dreadful such an opponent would be, because he himself cut down many foes by relying on shadow dance. The awakened squire kept a respectful silence as he led them to the head of the column, where an armored vehicle that would put even the rhino to shame stood just before a wide crossroad. It was surrounded by a watchful ring of awakened warriors. They gave Sunny and Cassie stern looks, then stepped aside to let them through. It was nonsensical, really. Currently, two of the most deadly masters in the world and Whispering Blade himself were inside the vehicle. What could these awakened do to protect them? Once inside, Sunny saw Morgan, Maddock, and Nephites gathered around a holographic table that showed a topographical projection of the surrounding area. Some distance away, a few spots were marked with red. It did not take a genius strategist to know that those were the most convenient places for an ambush. At least Sunny would have chosen them if he had to lay a trap for the forces of valor. Then again, Sunny did not really need a convenient spot and advantageous terrain to ambush someone. All he needed was a bit of shadow. Morgan welcomed them with a nod and gestured for them to come closer. Once they did, she addressed Cassie in a neutral tone. Cassia, do you have anything to share with us? The blind girl nodded, then lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he raised her hand and pointed to a particular red mark. There. Let's not draw this out. We should dismantle the ambush as soon as possible, and stay on guard. Cassie is powerful, but she is not all-powerful. There might be other aspects of the trap that we failed to account for. Morgan smiled. A good suggestion. Since you were the one to voice it, dear sister, why don't you take your fire keepers and deal with this issue personally? They'll be leaving for the nightmares soon, so this might be their last opportunity to wet their blades with the blood of song for a long while. Nephi's turned away and looked at the map with a bleak expression. I will. Sunny, who had remained silent all that time, cleared his throat. Sorry, but should I be hearing this conversation? Why am I here, exactly? Morgan looked at him with confusion, then chuckled. Why, you are a representative of the government, Master Sunless. You are the perfect person to share the vile machinations of the Song clan with. Who knows, maybe I'll want to lodge a complaint with the authorities later. You'll be an important witness. Then, she smiled at him. Plus, I thought that you might enjoy a small distraction like this. Would you please accompany my little sister on this mission, Master Sunless? As a neutral observer, of course. It would really make me feel better about her safety. Sunny stared at her with a dubious expression. Yeah, right. The battle maniac probably just wanted to see him kill something again. Or maybe deepen his connection to the Valor clan through bloodshed. He shrugged. Sure, why not? I am a part of this convoy as well, after all. If we really were to be ambushed, my safety would be compromised too. The Princess of War nodded, then crossed her arms and looked at the map. True. I'll be awaiting good news, then. Urdiel's note, author will release last chapter in few hours. If I'm awake I'll post it, if not, I'll post it tomorrow. Chapter 1132 Ambush. The contingent of Valor soldiers camped for a few hours of rest, while several vehicles containing the fire keepers secretly continued forward. They advanced at moderate speed for a few hours, then hid the vehicles between the rusty ruins of massive machines left behind by the dark times and continued toward the place of the ambush on foot. Sunny walked with them, scouting the path ahead with his shadows. As he did, he heard the fire keepers talk. One of them, a tall young man who possessed the ability to summon 2 more arms and fought by wielding 2 greatswords, was speaking in a contemplative tone. It's been a while since I killed a human. Honestly, I sort of assumed that I would never have to do it again after leaving the Forgotten Shore. Should have known better, really. He sighed, then glanced at the leader of his cohort. What about you, Shim? Shim, the healer who usually fought where the battle was direst, wielding a shield and a spear, shrugged. I don't think I've ever killed a human. The others looked at him with surprise. What are you talking about, you maniac? I personally saw you gut at least half a dozen guards in the throne room of the Bright Castle. And that was just day 1 of that mess. The healer glanced at them evenly. Those weren't humans. They didn't qualify. Even Sunny was given pause by that cold logic. Shim was right about something, though. Some humans were worse than nightmare creatures. In any case, the fire keepers did not seem too opposed to the idea of fighting against one of the great clans. Perhaps the fact that Clan Song was currently laying a trap to attack their convoy played a part in their nonchalance, but they would have probably followed Nephi's even if the situation was reversed. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. As for Changing Star herself, she had grown quiet in anticipation of the battle, mentally preparing herself for the strain of using her aspect. Standing to her full height, Changing Star took a step forward and whipped her arm forward, as if throwing a discus. The small sphere of white flame pierced the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. It disappeared into the ravine a second later, and then, the ground shook. There was a blinding flash, and a deafening boom. A fountain of fire suddenly shot from the ravine into the cold sky, washing the world in white. Just like that, the 3 cohorts of awakened elites were wiped out. Nephis looked a little tired. A few moments later, Cassie turned her head and spoke. The Ascended is dead. Neph nodded, then turned to the fire keepers. Get ready. The waters of the calm lake suddenly boiled, and a flood of abominations started to emerge from them, all surging toward the small hill they stood upon. The young man whom Sunny had overheard speaking to Shim earlier scratched the back of his head with one of his 4 hands. Well, I guess I won't have to kill any humans today, either. With that, he shrugged and summoned his greatswords. The fire keepers calmly faced the tide of nightmare creatures. Not too long after that, every last one of the abominations was wiped out. Not a drop of human blood had been spilled, at least on the Valor side. Sunny observed it all with a detached expression. From start to finish, he had not moved a finger. It was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Wasn't I complaining about having to wash blood off myself a couple of days earlier, though? It was nice to work with professionals. The fire keepers had retraced their steps, returning to where they had left the vehicles. The mood among the veterans of the Forgotten Shore was neutral. It was as if they had fought a mundane battle, not one that would become the opening act of a bloody confrontation between 2 great clans. Sunny, however, felt slightly dejected. He had no pity for the awakened of the great clan Song. They would not have any pity on him if the situation was reversed, either. And yet, all of it was such a shameful waste. Valor and Song were wasting the lives of skilled warriors, and in the middle of the chain of nightmares, no less. That was both odious and the reason for why those who followed their orders did not deserve his pity, or his mercy. The armored vehicles moved across the desolate landscape of Antarctica, returning victorious to the camp. They navigated the treacherous expanse of countless rivers and lakes and rejoined the main force of the Valor clan close to dawn, which was not much different from night and day in Antarctica. Their return did not cause much fanfare, mostly because few people knew of the impending ambush. Those who did or were smart enough to figure things out on their own, however, paid the small column of vehicles close attention. Their faces changed slightly when they saw that none of the fire keepers seemed to be missing, or even bear any wounds. The skilled awakened of the great clan were begrudgingly impressed, if not envious. Sunny left the APC with the rest of the Forgotten Shore awakened to stretch his legs. Nephice and Cassie left to make a report to Morgan, but he stayed behind. There was no point in being there personally, anyway. One of his shadows was going instead, hidden within Nef's new N0 Vel chapters are published on. The conversation went more or less exactly as he had expected. Morgan seemed both pleased and disappointed by the easy victory the fire keepers had achieved. She had expected more from the forces of the famed clan Song. Maddock offered Nephi mild praise with a polite smile. Both were impatient to get to the real bloodshed. Changing Star herself remained impassive. She did not even seem moved by the boon she must have received for wiping out 3 cohorts of elite awakened. If their cores were fully saturated, the bounty of souls she had collected had to be close to 1,000 fragments. Sunny did not summon the runes to check since he saw no reason to. Not long after their return, the command to break camp was given, and the soldiers prepared to continue the march. Soon, the convoy started to roll forward. Only to come to a sudden halt not a minute later. The APC Sunny was riding on stopped so abruptly that he almost flew out of his seat. What the hell? There was some kind of disturbance outside, with soldiers exiting the vehicles and looking around in confusion. The shouts of commanders echoed in the air, and the awakened riders spread out, turning their mounts around. Her voice sounded like the hiss of a sword leaving its scabbard. Silent Stalker. Sunny looked around the empty vehicle with a complicated expression. A saint was here? The mystery of what had happened to the cohort of Valor's awakened was not a mystery anymore. The fire keepers had dismantled the ambush prepared for the convoy by the forces of Song. But while they were doing it, someone else had entered the heavily guarded camp unseen, slaughtered a cohort of elite awakened without making a single sound, and left, taking their bodies away. That someone was Silent Stalker, a transcendent huntress and one of Kisong's daughters. She even left one of her arrows behind to let the enemy know who the perpetrator was. A saint could have wreaked much more havoc, if they wanted to, but Silent Stalker had seemingly only wanted to do one thing. Prove a point. Morgan snarled, then snapped the arrow with her thumb and threw the pieces away. Maddock grimaced, then said evenly. Beastmaster is sending a message. It seems that she wants to provoke us. His niece remained silent for a few moments, composing herself. Then, she suddenly smiled. Her previous disappointment appeared to be gone. Message received. Nothing else happened on their way back to the siege capital. It had grown harder to eavesdrop on Morgan and Maddock once again, so Sunny didn't learn much about the consequences of Beastmaster's mocking message. He did, however, understand from small hints and clues that Balor's own ambush had gone slightly better than the one prepared by Song. Most of the ambushers even survived, and were now following a different route to return to safe territory. The great clans had basically exchanged slaps. What would come next were actual blows. It was nice to return back to civilization. Sunny slept in a soft bed, had a hot shower, and prepared himself an actual meal. Despite the dire war raging somewhere on the continent, 2 wars, even his routine was strangely mundane and peaceful. He even received a video message from Rain. The network in East Antarctica was not nearly as in shambles as it had been in the Antarctic Center, so the bandwidth allocated to him allowed for such frivolities from time to time. To Sunny's slight disappointment, Rain only spoke about what was happening in her life for a short while, using the rest of the recording to demonstrate the progress she was making in her training and ask for pointers. The message ended with a few carefree sentences. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the classmate I told you about? The one whose sister is an MWP pilot in Antarctica. Apparently, her unit got into a really bad situation, and she only survived because a master named Devil saved her. Thank the gods. I can't even imagine how her family would have felt if not for him. Anyway, if you know that guy, buy him a drink. Better yet, try to stay close to him. He is apparently some sort of a big hero, so you'll be safer with him. What I am trying to say is that you should be careful. Take care of yourself. Bye." The message ended, leaving Sunny in amused silence. He shook his head. What are the chances? And what the hell does she mean? Do I know that guy? Have I not told her that people call me the Devil of Antarctica? I'm sure I bragged about it. Then, he went about composing a response, first going over her technique and swordsmanship, then adding a few phrases at the end. Yes, I do remember. As for the Devil, as it happens, I know him pretty well. That guy is indeed amazing. He is also very powerful, handsome, and disgustingly rich. Your classmate's sister was really very fortunate to meet him. He mostly keeps company with saints and beautiful legacies from the great clans these days, but since you asked, I'll go buy him a drink right after finishing writing this message." Sunny grinned as he finished and sent the message, then fulfilled his promise by walking to the nearest provision stall and ordering a cup of cheap synthetic coffee. He savored its warmth on the street, watching the refugees sheltered within the city walls go about their daily lives. The atmosphere in the siege capital was not at all light. In fact, it was charged by distress and dread, but it was not at all as heavy as it had been in Falcon Scott. No matter how full of tribulations and anxiety their lives had become, people actually lived here, not just tried desperately to survive. Sunny felt that he was alive, too. Cassie smiled. "Oh. Sure, I can help. The ivory tower has drifted east of the tier, though, so the journey might take a bit more time." Sunny had a few reasons to return to the Chained Isles, but the main one was on the shipwreck island, where he had fought the Wormvine. Or rather, under it. The remains of Sun Prince still swayed there, tangled in the broken chains. Sunny wanted the imp to devour as much of the steel giant as possible. His initial desire to make the little fiend develop a nearly indestructible body was a lofty one, but in practice, finding enough magical metal to feed the ravenous shadow was proving to be a problem. So, it was very convenient to know the location of a giant, dead, ancient iron saint. As he was imagining how much the imp would improve after sinking his teeth into the Sun Prince, Cassie led him to a guarded door and opened it. Sunny was a little surprised, since it was not one of the usual places where he met the emissaries of valor. In fact, it was a spacious, heavily reinforced dojo with all kinds of swords and implements of war resting in armored cases. Morgan was standing in the middle of the dojo, wearing nothing except for a light black tunic. Her vermilion eyes were gleaming with sharp, intense desire. Desire to cross swords with a worthy opponent and destroy them. Sunny froze. I suddenly don't feel safe. The Princess of Clan Valor smiled widely at the sight of him. Master Sunless. If I remember correctly, you promised me a spar? Sunny remembered his first clash with Morgan very well. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. Nevertheless, as far as awakened went, he had considered himself to be somewhat of an outlier in terms of personal power and combat skill. He had even entertained the idea of winning their duel. Sunny had been blessed with the powers of a divine aspect, trained by Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan and tempered in the ruthless crucible of the Forgotten Shore, and possessed of an aspect legacy. So, there had been a reason for his confidence. The streak of easy wins he had achieved in the dreamscape also played a role. Even though some of the opponents he had faced were challenging foes, none managed to make him feel seriously threatened. Sunny had involuntarily grown a little arrogant. Morgan had destroyed that arrogance. She had been the first master he crossed swords with, and not just any master at that. The heiress of the great clan Valor was at the absolute pinnacle of what an ascended could be. Being utterly crushed by her in less than 40 seconds had hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing whatever nascent hubris Sunny could have developed. Her oppressively flawless skill, her overwhelming physical prowess, her crystal-clear killing intent, all of it made a lasting impression on him. Sunny had returned with 2 valuable gifts from that battle. The first was a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow dance. The second was a stark reminder of how many crouching tigers there were among the awakened. Yes, he was outstanding and powerful, but he was not the only outstanding, powerful person out there. Ever since that battle, Sunny had been instinctively comparing every master he fought with Morgan. So far, no one had made the cut, not in the waking world, not in the dream realm, and not in the second nightmare. Which was why he was very curious to see how he would compare to her now that they were both ascended. Sunny was not the same person who had met Morgan in the dreamscape. He had lived through too many tribulations since then: the Night Temple, the Red Colosseum, the Gauntlet of Nightmares, the Temple of the Chalice, the Ivory City, and the Antarctic Center, from the quiet dread of LO-49 to the cold despair of Falcon Scott. Each of these trials had left scars on his soul, but also made him a much more experienced and deadly fighter. That is true. The blind girl was now able to see both the attributes and the aspect abilities of those near her. After all, she was a priceless source of information, an almost limitless well of it, really. Thanks to her, Sunny now knew a lot about many people, including the likes of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. With Cassie's help, Sunny had finally confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that those of the Valor bloodline, Anvil and his children, at least, carried the lineage of War God in their veins. As for Morgan's aspect abilities, her dormant ability allowed her to passively enhance the sharpness of anything she touched. Her awakened ability was a comprehensive physical augmentation with an emphasis on resilience. Basically, her body could become as durable as tempered steel. Her ascended ability was a strange one, though. It allowed her to assimilate enchantments into her body and soul, inheriting their effects. As a master, the number of enchantments she could absorb was limited to 3, and they could be switched freely for different ones at any point in time. Considering how powerful, versatile, and unpredictable such an ability was, Sunny was more than willing to forego using ascended abilities today. Standing opposite of each other, the two of them studied the opponent for a while in silence. Sunny was remembering the 36 seconds he had managed to hold out against Morgan the last time they fought. Morgan was probably studying his posture and expression, as well as replaying the scenes from the battle against the Titanic horde in her mind. After all, she didn't know that this was not the first time the two of them faced each other holding swords in their hands. Slowly, a smile of anticipation appeared on Morgan's beautiful face. Her vermilion eyes glinted, and her crimson lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. "Prepare yourself, Master Sunless." Sunny almost rolled his eyes. Is there really a need to announce her Ada? He did not get to finish that thought, however. Suddenly, Morgan was beside him, and her sword was falling down like the inescapable blade of a guillotine. Morgan moved fast, much faster than she had moved in the dreamscape. One moment she was standing calmly a dozen meters away from him, the next she was already there, delivering a downward cut aimed precisely at his temple. Luckily, Sunny was prepared for her. He sidestepped, raising his shadow tachi to intercept the training sword. The two blades met and bit into each other, connected in a bind. He felt the shock of the impact travel through his bones and pushed the sword away at the same moment as Morgan raised her hands, changing the angle of her weapon and pushing it forward over the tachi. The tip of the training sword barely missed his eye updated from. But now, momentum was on Sunny's side. He took a step forward, past their two blades, and rammed her with his shoulder. Morgan was thrown back, and a split second later, it was her turn to deflect a cut, only the cut had never come. Instead of trying to twirl his tachi into a downward cut that was not too different from the one his opponent had delivered a moment ago, Sunny simply kept its position raised above his shoulder, the blade facing back, and struck her in the face with the pommel. No matter how fast Morgan was, no matter how strong, the distance between them was too short, and that strike was too swift. Better yet, the blade of the tachi remained between his neck and the enemy's sword. Sunny saw no way for her to escape. And she didn't. Instead of awkwardly trying to avoid the strike, Morgan simply lowered her head and received it with the ridge of her brow, where the bone was strongest. She didn't seem fazed by the powerful blow, either. In fact, Sunny felt as if he had struck steel. He almost heard a metallic ring. The two of them pushed away from each other, ending that first, probing exchange. Sunny was pleased with himself. Morgan seemed pleased, too. A wide smile bloomed on her face. She briefly touched her forehead, then glanced at her fingers, where a drop of blood was smeared across her alabaster skin. The smile turned into a grin. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Nephice, Cassie, and you. I've been starved of good opponents for so long, and now there are 3. And you are all so different, as well. She looked like a starving glutton who suddenly found himself choosing between 3 exquisite dishes. Today, the situation was different. Sunny was at a disadvantage, but he could confidently defend himself. He was older, stronger, and more experienced. His mastery of shadow dance had improved a lot, too. That said, the problem was. What the hell, she is insane. Although Morgan's battle style was too sophisticated and strangely elusive to be absorbed by him in a short amount of time, he did manage to glean a few things about it enough to be able to predict the general flow of her movements. However, that flow was flawless, entirely devoid of any vulnerability he could exploit. What was the point of knowing her moves in advance if he couldn't do anything about it? She fought in a way that left him with no choices. It was as though there was a steel cage around him, and its sharp bars were slowly constricting. Soon enough, he would be caught and cut into pieces by them. Sunny knew that if the enemy had no vulnerabilities, the best way to defeat them was to create some. So, he tried to lure Morgan into several insidious traps, to no avail. She seemed to see straight through them, solving the puzzles he presented in an instant. Even all this time later, she was still like an insurmountable obstacle for him. The savage, but simultaneously chillingly calculating deadliness of her perfectly lethal skill was like a work of art. Its theme was war, violence, and destruction, and Sunny was both the subject and the sole member of the audience for whom that art was being created. As well as its victim. At that moment, he realized something. Sunny realized that this was the worst possible way for him to fight someone like Morgan. Direct confrontation, contests of strength and skill, all of that was not his battlefield. The most dire battles Sunny had fought, he won with cunning and guile. He employed underhanded tricks, used every single resource available to him in unexpected ways, and tore victories from the claws of fate through sheer force of will and boundless spitefulness. He was good in a fight, of course. Much better than most. But while being a sharp sword was an important conduit of his will, it was not what made him truly deadly. What a fine realization. The question was, how could he turn this duel around and push it toward a direction where he held the advantage? There were ways to overcome Morgan's furious, cold, suffocating might, surely. A more important question, though. was if he even wanted to. Chapter 1137 Losers Game. Up until now, both Sunny and Morgan had acted relatively tame. It might not have looked like it from the side, considering how fierce and vicious a battle of two ascended inevitably appeared. Masters possessed superhuman speed, strength, and resilience. A clash between them would look like a collision of two natural forces to a mundane person, and a mundane building would be swiftly destroyed should it become an arena for it. Which was why the dojo they were fighting in was lined with durable armored plates, and the training sword Morgan was using cost a fortune. Nevertheless, they were holding back. Not even considering the fact that the two of them had agreed to forego using their ascended abilities, Sunny had yet to make use of Shadow Step. Morgan had not made her weapon sharper, either, preferring to rely on pure technique. It was as though both of them had silently decided to make this spar a contest of skill, for now. Which was actually a disadvantage for Sunny. The fewer resources he had at his disposal, the more restrained he felt. Morgan, on the other hand, seemed to only ever need one resource, her sword. In fact, even that was not necessary. Her body itself was the sword, capable of cutting through tempered steel without hindrance. So, if Sunny wanted to turn things around, he needed the situation to change, pushing their duel into the next stage. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted to. What is my goal here? He had been curious to compare his strength with Morgan's. He had been given little choice but to accept her request, as well. He naturally wanted to win. But was a victory really in his best interest? Now that Sunny was being closely observed by the great clans, there was no possibility of not drawing their attention. Which was why he had decided to accept that fact and settle for creating a very specific impression of himself instead of trying to remain unseen. Sunny wanted both Valor and Song to think of him as someone strong, exceptional even, but not too exceptional, and not too strong. They had to think of him as a powerful, but crude upstart, a talented outskirt rat that had achieved a lot, and had the potential to achieve even more, but not much more. As someone who could be predicted and controlled. Considering all that, did he really want to defeat Morgan? Could he even defeat her? Well, of course, I can. Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and Serpent were also part of his power. Morgan possessed a great number of mighty echoes, but those had come from outside of her aspect. The shadows, on the contrary, had come from within Sunny's. Which meant that he would obliterate her in a contest of unadulterated personal power, which did not matter, really, since such contests never happened in real life. There were always other components involved. The transcendent echoes might have been external to Morgan's own power, but they would rip Sunny apart just as well. No. I don't really want to best Morgan today. What I really need to do is lose in a way that will make it easier for me to gain access to her secrets. So, lose in a way that would leave her wanting for more. Sir the Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Being a personal sparring partner of the heir of the great clan Valor was a dangerous position to be in, not the least because Morgan could potentially learn much more about Sunny than he would have liked her to, but it was also the best position to be in for a spy. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. Sunny frowned for a moment. Isn't this the same reasoning Nephi used to justify her decision to join Valor? Maybe it was, but he did not really care. Many things had changed since then, including Sunny himself and the situation he was in. Alright, then, let's do this. He deflected another of Morgan's blows, evaded her follow-up strike, 3 of them, actually, all chained into one predatory, fluid motion, and raised an eyebrow. Should we take it up a notch? She took a step forward, sent her sword flying toward his throat with diabolical speed, and smiled pleasantly. Let's. Sunny sidestepped her strike and nodded. Then, his technique instantly changed. Before, he was using a fluid mix of various simple styles he had picked up over the years. Such a patchwork technique did not excel in any one thing in particular, but was flexible and hard to predict. Sunny had held to his best cards, though, unwilling to share them with the enemy, a potential enemy, at least. Broken sword style that Nephi had taught him, Saints' grounded technique that had originated from the legions of Nether, the battle art of Solvain's zealots, which had come from the war maidens of the Red Sect, those he had hidden within himself. Now that he wanted to lose in the most interesting fashion, though. What would really intrigue a battle maniac like Morgan? She had faced and defeated all kinds of awakened, and had learned all manner of battle styles, no doubt. Her collection was probably even larger than Sunny's own. So what technique could he show that was both exceptional and fascinating and, most importantly, unknown to Morgan? One particular style came to mind. It was one that he had learned by chance, not from awakened, ascended, or even saints, but from nightmare creatures. The primeval hunters that had emerged from the gate near Rain School, wielding weapons made of flint. After all, if anything could capture the attention of an obsessed connoisseur of swordsmanship and all things related to combat like Morgan, it was a technique that might have had just lain at the root of all techniques, all styles. Sunny's movements changed, shifting from fluid and refined to uncomplicated and brutal. His whole demeanor changed, too. The savage technique of the Barrow race was straightforward and rudimentary, but there was a primal lethality to its clear, callous barbarity. It was the expression of a pure, unclouded intent to kill, simple, but in no way crude. There was nothing about it to dilute the ruthless resolve of a hunter who sought to slaughter his prey in the most direct, efficient way possible. Sunny remembered the desperate fight in front of the Nightmare Gate and attacked, cruelly aiming to slice through Morgan's hamstrings. Let's see how this goes. It went well. Sunny was not doing much better against the murderous hurricane of steel wearing the beautiful human face of Morgan of Valor, but he did manage to slow her down a little. Morgan slowed down not because she felt pressured by his sudden change of techniques, but because she was fascinated by it. Her raven-black hair swept back and her simple tunic rippling from the wind risen by their clash, she pierced him with a burning vermilion gaze. Her red lips moved. Interesting. Very interesting. Morgan was not addressing Sunny, but more so speaking to herself. After that, she changed her strategy, as well. Before, Morgan was all offense, all sharp edges, and a relentless barrage of calculated, but devastating strikes. Now, she was moving more deliberately, not really holding back, but also not pursuing an overwhelming defeat of the enemy at all costs. It was as if Morgan was afraid to break him too soon. Sunny did not really know how to feel about that. Well, that's a new feeling. They clashed, their swords weaving a cacophonous, but strangely beautiful melody of hissing and clangor. At the sight of the dojo, Cassie turned her head slightly, listening. Sunny had long beaten his record of holding out against Morgan for 36 seconds. A minute passed, then another. He was still solidly standing on his 2 feet, and even though his breathing was growing a little labored from the terrible strain of the intense fight, his stamina was far from running out. In the middle of a particularly furious exchange, when they were close to each other, Morgan suddenly asked. "That style, who taught you?" Sunny struck at the hilt of her sword, aiming to sever her fingers, and answered hoarsely. "No one taught me. I just learned it, from a nightmare creature." She easily avoided his strike and punished it by aiming a thrust at his heart. A smile appeared on her face. "In the nightmare?" Sunny hesitated, considering how much he could reveal. He had fought the Barrow race as mongrel, after all, but then again, no one else had gotten a proper measure of their battle skill, and he had faced countless nightmare gates later in Antarctica, most of them undocumented. No, in front of a nightmare gate. Morgan's smile widened. It seemed that Morgan had decided to start using more of her aspect abilities, as well. There was nothing really for him to do but accept the blow and hope that she was not planning to decapitate him. The kick had lost none of its power after cutting the spear. The moment Morgan's foot connected with his jaw, it was as if he had been hit by a siege ram. Sunny momentarily saw stars. He was thrown aside and staggered, barely managing to maintain some semblance of balance. Not good, no. Actually, very good. This is exactly what I wanted. Time to be defeated. He overplayed his disorientation a little and waited for the follow-up strike to come. But it didn't. When Sunny regained the ability to see clearly a second later, he saw a hint of guilt on Morgan's face. She was looking at him with a resigned expression. "Ah, damn it, sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. I have a healer at hand." Then, she paused and stared at him with a slightly startled expression. It was strange to see Morgan surprised. You're not cut?" Sunny rubbed his cheek, which was still numb. He was going to have a nasty bruise, that was for sure. But the marble shell seemed to have withstood Morgan's aspect ability. No, not quite, she had probably released the ability after slicing through the spear. But her flaw, what Sunny suspected to be her flaw, remained. He grimaced, then moved his jaw side to side and answered in an even tone. "No. Why would I be cut? Do I look fragile? Well, I'm not. I'm quite sturdy, in fact." Morgan stared at him for a bit, a strange expression on her face. Eventually, her lips twisted into a light smile. "That you are. I'll remember that, for our next spar. This one, sadly, has to come to an end. Thank you for a wonderful duel, Master Sunless." She glanced at her training sword, then calmly turned around and went to place it back in the case. Sunny rubbed his cheek again, feeling a bit of dull pain seep through the numbness, and looked at her back. "Seems like it worked. That is what I call a job well done. Beautifully, really. Ah. I guess that is what they call suffering from success." Erdiel's note, see, I told you I did you favor by releasing all 4 at the same time. No cliffhanger, solid reading experience. You're welcome. Chapter 1139 Performance Review. The spar with Morgan left Sunny feeling sore and contemplative. The soreness quickly dissipated thanks to his ascended physique and the shroud of dusk, but the ponderous mood remained. Some time later, he was sitting in his small office, ignoring the paperwork he had to fill out in favor of idly staring at the wall. That fight of theirs was not exactly illuminating, but it had provided him with a lot of food for thought. First of all, Sunny was reminded of what true legacies represented. Over the years, he had forgotten the feeling of awe and reverence mundane people had toward the distant, powerful legacy clans, the austere warrior caste that produced the best and most valiant champions of humanity. That existed solely for battling the nightmare spell, or was supposed to, at least. He couldn't be blamed. Sunny had grown immensely strong himself and had crossed paths with all kinds of powerful creatures, from ancient saints to titans. He had even brushed against actual divinities like Weaver, Nether, and Hope. It was not surprising that the fearsome reputation of the legacies faded a bit in comparison. But the legacy clans, and especially the 3 great clans, were still authorities in terms of personal power and combat prowess. They were in no way inferior to the ancient awakened of the past, and in fact seemed to be superior in many ways, the most important ways. Legacies, and all modern awakened by extension, were much harsher, much more extreme, and much better tempered than those from the ancient times. That was because the legacy clans were forged in a much more hellish world. They had risen to resist the nightmare spell, and were shaped into a force to be reckoned with by its terrible pressure. Morgan had reminded Sunny about that. It was no coincidence that the 2 most dangerous people he knew, Nephice and Mordred, were products of the legacy culture. Among the 3 of them, it was Sunny who was an outlier. Which brought him to the second avenue of thought, his own power. Sunny would have lied to himself if he said that he wasn't upset about his loss. Even though he understood that a good defeat was much more beneficial as far as his goals were concerned, a small and unreasonable part of his mind still desired to win. No one liked to lose, and Sunny especially hated the thought of losing to a member of a great clan. He deeply resented them. After all, being defeated by someone he disdained was a bitter pill to swallow. But swallow it he did. It was one thing to pretend to be weak in front of Morgan, but the truth of the matter was that she was simply too strong. Even the current Sunny, with all his advantages, would find it hard to contend with that level of strength in a direct confrontation. And while he was resourceful and had ways of avoiding such a confrontation, Morgan had all the boundless resources of clan valor behind her, as well. So, even in that regard, she was a dire threat. Sunny remembered what Jet had told him once, years ago. No one survives in the dream realm alone. Her words had always held true, but now they seemed especially poignant. Sunny had grown powerful, much more powerful than he ever imagined being. But he was still just one man. In front of a collective like a great clan, his personal power seemed insignificant. Worse still, that collective served as a gatekeeper to greater strength. No one could even become a saint without their permission unless that person wanted to be hunted down and slain in retaliation for their defiance. There were ways to grow more powerful without achieving transcendence, though. The last thing the spar with Morgan made Sunny think about was the duel itself. He slowly replayed it in his mind, considering what he could have done better and what mistakes he could have avoided. The list was both endless and pointless. Everything was easier in hindsight, it was achieving the best result in the moment that was hard. Still, it was good to review his performance, as well as that of his enemy. Sunny spent some time staring at the wall and thinking back to the duel. A Jian was not a good choice for that strike. Here I did not need to saturate that group of muscles with essence, it was just a waste, should have anticipated the effect of the kick better. As he analyzed their fight, his thoughts inevitably drifted to what could have been done differently. I wonder how Morgan would have fared against me if I used the shadow shell. Sunny tried to construct such a fight in his mind, replacing himself with a version that was 3 meters high and possessed 4 arms. Would Morgan have still held an advantage? Not in physical prowess, that was for sure. However, he was not certain if the outcome would have been different. Legacies were first and foremost abomination slayers, after all. Anvil's daughter had been trained to face all kinds of nightmare creatures since childhood. A 4-armed fiend would not faze her at all. What about some other shell? Sunny was currently limited to one form, that of the shadow spawn, because that was what he knew best. But, in theory, he could create the shell of any creature. He just needed to know the creature well enough, perfectly, in fact. And that was not easy to achieve. A thoughtful frown appeared on his face. Is it true, though? That I can create the shell of any creature? It was true in theory, but that theory broke instantly when faced with reality. Take Morgan, for example, or any other human for that matter. Creating a shell a human had to be easier, because Sunny was one himself and knew how human bodies operated perfectly well. But how would that even work? The shadow spawn shell worked because the 4-armed fiend was much larger than Sunny, and thus, he could form its body around his own. But other humans, with rare exceptions, were more or less of the same approximate size as him. There was no space for a human shell to be formed. There were creatures smaller than humans, too. The current ravenous fiend, for example, even if Sunny studied his shadow for a while, he wouldn't be able to create a shell of the little critter. So, in reality, the shadow shell was limited in what it could recreate. Sar the Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Sunny's face. He blinked a couple of times. Unless. Chapter 1140 Staring at the wall plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1140 Staring at the wall. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then chuckled. No, that's crazy. It would never work. Then, he stared at the wall some more. Would it? No way. The thought that had crept into his mind while he was thinking about the limitations of the shadow shell was so out there that it seemed utterly ridiculous. But the more he thought about it, the fewer reasons to discard it he saw. No, that's a bit too strange, even for me. And yet, he could not find a logical reason for why it wouldn't be true. Sunny hesitated for a while longer, then furtively looked around. Then, he cleared his throat, stood up, and left the office. If he wanted to test this bizarre theory, he needed to do it somewhere more private. He left the Valor compound and made his way to the nearby dormitory, where most of the government staff still remaining within the siege capital lived. There, he entered his living quarters, which were a bit more spacious and had better amenities than that of both mundane and awakened government workers, and locked the door behind him. Being an ascended had its perks. Sunny sent his 4 shadows to stand watch, 2 outside the apartment, 2 within, and stood there for a few minutes, mentally going over what he was about to do. It didn't seem to be dangerous, just really weird. The principle was simple. Sunny had mastered 3 steps of shadow dance to date. The essence of his battle art was shapelessness and formlessness. It allowed him to shadow an enemy, copying the very essence of their combat technique. After doing so, he could predict their movements, the flow of their battle intent, and even their thoughts. The first step allowed him to shadow simpler battle styles. He had achieved that breakthrough while fighting Nephites in the Crimson Spire. The second step vastly elevated his comprehension of the fundamental principles that governed all battle techniques, allowing him to shadow much more sophisticated styles, and do it much faster. It also gave him a glimpse of an intuitive understanding of the more esoteric components of the truly advanced battle arts, those created and used by the awakened, thus incorporating special ways of guiding soul essence through one's body. He had achieved that step after collecting a vast library of techniques in the dreamscape, which culminated during his first duel with Morgan. The inspiration Sunny had received after being decimated by the Princess of War pushed him to a breakthrough. The third step was the hardest one yet. Sunny had started his journey toward mastery of it by expanding his horizons and starting to shadow not only humans, but also nightmare creatures. In the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had submerged himself into their perverted, demented, rabid minds, which allowed him to intuitively feel what the abominations he fought would do, but also put his own sense of self, if not his very soul, at risk. The third step of shadow dance was much more demanding on the practitioner. It required one to truly accept the formless nature of the shadows and let go of their actual self, which, of course, posed the risk of losing it forever. Sunny had made that dangerous breakthrough after being trapped in an endless procession of harrowing dreams by nightmare and having his personal memories blocked. In the end, he had pulled the dissipating pieces of his true self back together by using his true name. It served as an anchor for what made Sunny an individual, and through it, he was able to advance his mastery of shadow dance without losing himself. That third breakthrough enhanced the speed with which he could comprehend the battle intent and combat intelligence of those beings he shadowed even further, allowed him to actually perceive the flow of essence through their bodies as opposed to just feeling it intuitively, and even gave him the ability to sometimes predict their thoughts. The fourth step. That was where Sunny had hit the wall. Shadow dance was his aspect legacy, but it was also something he had to invent all on his own, with no one guiding him. As such, he wasn't even sure what the correct path was, let alone how to reach the next stop on it. He only felt that the next steps of shadow dance went far beyond battle techniques, and would be much, much harder to conceive and master for that reason. However, while he had stagnated in mastering shadow dance, he had achieved progress in other aspects of his personal power. The culmination of it was the Shadow Shell, a powerful tool he had created by bringing together various facets of his skills, attributes, and aspect abilities. Shadow dance also played a role in him being able to create shells of other creatures. In fact, its role was perhaps the most important. Without deep comprehension of the desired form, Sunny would never be able to construct it from the shadows, and that was what his aspect legacy allowed him to do. However, there was a limitation to Shadow Shell. After all, shadows were truly shapeless and formless, while Sunny was not. Even if he had managed to make his mind supremely malleable, he still possessed a human body. No matter how much training he had put into making it as flexible and adaptable as possible, it was still a relatively rigid thing. But what if he added another ingredient to the mix? Right now, Shadow Shell existed as a combination of his dormant ability, Shadow Control, his ascended ability, Shadow Manifestation, and his aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. His awakened ability, Shadow Dance, was missing from the equation. And that, perhaps, was the reason for the limitations Sunny had to deal with. Well, let's just try this. If he succeeded, Sunny felt that he might just discover a direction that would eventually lead him to the next step of shadow dance. Breathing in deeply, he activated Shadow Step and dissolved into the shadows. There, in their dark embrace, Sunny himself was a shadow, formless and shapeless. But he did not need to be. While fighting the ravenous fiend, he had changed his form in this state to possess sharp claws. His shadow form was, too, infinitely malleable. So, Sunny concentrated and started to slowly change his shadow form into the shape of himself. It was a strange endeavor, to turn himself into a shadow, only to then turn the shadow into himself. But that was exactly what Sunny wanted to do. It was a bit like constructing the shell of the shadow spawn, only instead of shaping the shadows around his body, Sunny was shaping his body, his shadow body, instead. Of course, he knew the shape of himself the best. Which was why recreating it was much easier than summoning the fiendish form of the shadow spawn. Eventually, the incorporeal shadow assumed the form of Sunny's body. It had arms and legs, a torso, fingers and toes, and a face that was a perfect rendition of Sunny's face. It matched his physical body perfectly, not that it needed to. Starting from becoming himself was just the easiest thing he could do for that test. Satisfied with the result of the shaping, Sunny spent some time in the dark embrace of the shadows, drifting. I wonder. SE at the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then, he took a deep mental breath, activated shadow manifestation, and manifested himself back into the waking world through it. Chapter 1141 Self-Actualization. A matte, jet-black version of Sunny was standing in the middle of the room. He did not move for a while, frozen like a statue, then raised his hands slightly and looked at them with a strange expression. His fingers moved. Well, that's... The jet-black Sunny scratched the back of his head, then halted for a moment and tentatively touched his hair. The mere fact that he had hair was a surprise. That's certainly something. He felt extremely strange. Sunny was fundamentally a human. When using Shadow Step, he could assume the form of an incorporeal shadow, then turn himself back to his original form. That was not what he had done today, however. Today, he had become a shadow, and then manifested himself into a corporeal form without turning back into a human. So, what he was right now was. I'll be damned if I know what I am right now. A human inhabiting a human-shaped vessel made of shadows? A shadow brazenly wandering the human world in the form of a person? Or something else entirely? Descriptions aside, his current state was a curious one. Because of how faithful the recreation was to the original, Sunny felt more or less like himself. His range of motion, strength, and agility remained the same. His shadow form was ascended, just like his human body, so it was just as powerful and resilient. There were differences too, of course. The most obvious one was the change in his perception. His shadow sense seemed to have become sharper, while his vision was now less pronounced. He couldn't see colors either, just like in the second nightmare, when inhabiting the shadow spawn. This was familiar territory for him. Less familiar was the actual composition of his new and strange shadow body. It was a faithful copy, but not an exact one. It couldn't be, although the jet-black Sunny looked and acted like Sunny, he was still a manifested shadow. As such, he operated on a different set of principles. Which was not ideal. Sunny had a tendency to be wounded a lot, and if each wound was transferred directly to his soul, it would quickly collapse. No. That really won't do. Activating the mantle would surround the physical shadow form with an onyx carapace and make it much less prone to being damaged. But there was an even better solution. After all, Sunny had started this whole experiment for a reason. Even though the discovery promised to have much wider implications, the initial reason was to expand the limits of the shadow shell. After getting somewhat used to this new way of existence, Sunny called upon the deep shadows shrouding his room, manifesting them into the shadow spawn shell. Layers of shadows flowed up his jet-black body, wrapping tightly around it. Soon, a towering, four-armed fiend was standing in the middle of the room. This time felt different, though. Instead of being nestled within the shell, Sunny felt as if he had become an integral part of it. His own shadow form was still the heart and driving force of the horned creature, but it was as if he had actually become the fiend. The outer layers of the shadow spawn were like armor, and protected safely deep within was his vulnerable soul. Not bad. Combining these two abilities was a perfect way to both remove the limitations of the shadow shell and protect his soul from harm. If there was one negative side to this solution, though, it was that Sunny's essence was being consumed at twice the speed. He would not be able to sustain this double transformation for long. For now. In the future, though. As his soul grew more powerful, Sunny would most likely be able to use these abilities much better. And one day, perhaps, his soul would grow so vast and powerful that he would not need the protection of a shell at all. Chapter 1142 Tangible Shadow Form. A few days went by in a flash. Nothing serious seemed to have happened, but grand and dire events were being set in motion in the shadows. Saint Madoc had transported several cohorts of Valor retainers into the Dream Realm and then disappeared. Of course, no one was told about his absence. In fact, Clan Valor made a good show of pretending that he was still around, supporting the Awakened in the Dream Realm. It was a believable lie. Awakened, ascended, and saints were affected by the call all the same. If they traveled to the Dream Realm near a nightmare gate, they would be brought to the area surrounding the seed instead of to where their anchor was. However, there was a big difference when a transcendent was actually involved. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. That difference was that saints could return to the waking world by just using their innate powers, while awakened and masters needed to find a gateway to come back. Another, no less important distinction was that the pull of the call was not precise. If an awakened fell asleep near a gate, they could be transported right to where the seed was, but just as easily to a spot dozens of kilometers away. They could even be dropped right into the middle of a horde of hungry nightmare creatures. So, if a cohort of awakened wanted to use a nightmare gate as a pathway to the Dream Realm, they would be scattered over a large area and risk finding their doom long before reuniting with their fellow warriors. A saint could follow the call first, establish an anchor in a safe place, and then transport the members of the cohort there one by one. A saint could even clear the way to the seed, if the cohort was truly planning to challenge it. That was how the nightmare gates that opened inside the human cities were usually dealt with. Unless there was no one to challenge them. In that case, they were simply contained, surrounded by a fortified exclusion zone, and guarded day and night. So, everyone had been led to believe that that was exactly what Whispering Blade was doing, guiding the awakened warriors of Clan Valor to the seeds of nightmare in order to conquer them. Sunny, however, knew better. He knew that Madoc actually left to infiltrate Song's territory and secretly take out Mordred. The awakened cohorts the fearsome saint had transported to the Dream Realm had been left to their own devices, presumably supporting Nightstad in pursuing a mysterious objective. The war between the great clans was starting in earnest. Blood had already been spilled, and much more of it was going to flow very soon. Sunny himself, meanwhile, had spent these days experimenting with his newfound ability. He was in a real rush of excitement about it, simply because the potential of the corporeal shadow form was all but limitless. Damn, it's such a pity Effie can't see me right now. The look on her face would be priceless. Especially since she would be looking up at me. Oh gods, I can just imagine it. The tall version of Sunny was really weird. He wasn't sure that he liked its lanky silhouette that much. It was really amusing to see, though. Especially because the corporeal shadow form was entirely matte black. Except for the hair. His hair was actually white, because Sunny had summoned the autumn leaf to see if it worked on him in this state. I should probably explore purchasing more cosmetic memories in the future. They seem to be working on this form, which can be of use. He glanced at himself one last time, then dove back into the shadows and emerged from them in his usual human form. Truth be told, while being a manifested shadow was certainly fun, he felt much more comfortable in his real body. It was nice, cozy, and familiar. He felt really rather attached to it. Some time later, Sunny was preparing to go to sleep, but then suddenly froze in the middle of washing up. His face grew cold and dark. Then, a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Well. What do we have here? A frightening darkness flooded his eyes. That was because a few moments ago, Sunny had felt something. Before, his perception had been split between 5 points of view, his own and those of his 4 shadows. But then, a 6th perspective slowly came into focus. Which meant that the 5th shadow had returned. The gloomy shadow was now within the walls of the siege capital, and that meant that the Assassin's Clan Song had sent were here, too. Chapter 1143 Collateral Damage. Sir Amiran, one of the exalted knights of the great clan Valor, was standing on top of a newly constructed dormitory tower, looking at the expanse of the city below. There was a long stretch of industrial buildings between him and the looming barrier of the defensive wall that protected the siege capital from the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares. There were plenty of civilian shelters and dormitories, too. With the start of the evacuation, even industrial areas like this one had been put to use, accommodating numerous refugees. The refugees were moving far below him like tiny ants. The thunderous booms of firing railguns did not seem to spoil their moods. After months of continuous siege, the people must have grown used to its clamor. Knight Amiran grimaced. Collateral damage will be high. But that was war. None of these people would have had to die if the enemy had abided by the agreement to keep the hostilities away from the cities, but now that the Song clan had made their move, the hands of noble warriors of valor were tied. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. The lives of mundane humans were like water, anyway. No matter how much he sacrificed to achieve victory, it was just a drop in the ocean. Amiran didn't feel happy about the human cost of his inevitable victory, but he was also not particularly sad. Knowing what he knew, their deaths were insignificant. He heard light footsteps behind him and looked over his shoulder. One of his awakened approached, bearing news. There was an expression of dark excitement on her face. "We have confirmed the location, sir." He nodded. The band of Song's assassins had infiltrated the siege capital with one of the supply convoys. The original staff had been slain, and the impostors assumed their identities. After getting past the gates, they disappeared into the chaos of the overpopulated city without a trace. Or so they thought. In truth, Valor had long anticipated this attack. The subterfuge the assassins employed was pointless. They had only managed to enter the city because that was where Lady Morgan wanted them. It would have been easier and much more bloodless to deal with the servants of the Queen of Worms at the gates, but then some of them could escape. So, they were allowed to enter deeper into the trap. And now, Knight Amiran was entrusted with the honor of delivering Valor's retribution upon the wretched cowards. What did it matter if there was collateral damage? Yes, that tunnel right there. It will be empty for about 24 hours starting from now. As you can see, my lady, the tunnel stretches all the way to the inner city without crossing any other major logistical hubs. It is also wide enough to transport that thing you brought, to where you need it. The last few kilometers leading up to the Valor compound are too well guarded, though. Morrow shook her head. Leave that to us. Worst case scenario, we will be forced to unleash the thrall a few minutes earlier than planned and let it tear its way toward the compound above ground. Summer Night won't be able to make it back from the wall in time. And since Whispering Blade seems to have indeed gone to the dream realm, the casualties the creature will cause Valor will be severe. She would have loved nothing more than to slaughter the ignoble hypocrites serving the King of Swords personally, but sadly, her mission was simply to deliver Beastmaster's present to Morgan of Valor, striking both at the enemy's troops and reputation. After all, what kind of incompetent fool would allow a nightmare creature to rampage in the middle of their city? The man cleared his throat. But I must warn you, my lady. The awakened of Clan Valor seemed restless recently. A few cohorts vanished without a trace. I don't think that we've been made, but it's better not to linger. Ascended Morrow studied his face for a while, then nodded. Sound advice. We were going to wait until Summer Night engages with the terror that is approaching the city, but our diviner has turned ineffective all of a sudden. With this added uncertainty, it is better to accelerate the plan. She glanced at her awakened and smiled. Time to act, my kin. Prepare to enter the tunnel. You two, go relay my order to those watching the creature. They need to get it ready for transportation as soon as possible. We are moving to attack. On the first floor of the dormitory tower, Knight Amiran was surrounded by the awakened warriors of Valor. One of them was making a report. The enemy seems to have started moving. They must be aiming to enter the network of logistical tunnels under the city. If they do, catching them all would be problematic. Amira nodded. Indeed. The wretches can't be allowed to burrow deeper underground. No, we need to force them to the surface. Get ready to attack. We'll blast through the factory roof and slaughter them all. There was a shadow watching him say these words. There was a shadow watching Ascended Moro give orders to the assassins, as well. Some distance away, Sunny sighed and gulped down what was left of his coffee. Then, he thanked the owner of a refugee cafe, rose, and walked out, yawning lazily. It was time for him to begin, too. Chapter 1144 Theater of Shadows. In the decommissioned underground factory, the ghostly fire had been extinguished. Dozens of awakened were moving, preparing to depart. All of them had summoned luminous memories, and the dancing lights made the shadows populating the vast production hall reluctantly retreat. Ascended Moro was standing in front of a sturdy wall, looking at it with a somber expression. Eventually, she nodded and glanced at one of her subordinates. This is the spot. Isolate it. The awakened nodded and raised his hands. Soon, a strange silence fell upon them. It was not the mundane kind of silence many memories could create, though, instead, it was the manifestation of an ability that could cut a stretch of space from the rest of the world, subduing all tremors and sounds that would escape it. Updated from. The city was constantly being monitored by countless seismic sensors on account of nightmare creatures often burrowing underground, so nothing less would do if they wanted to remain unnoticed. Satisfied, Moro raised a hand and clicked her fingers. A moment later, a violent sonic boom resounded, and a large portion of the wall in front of her shattered into dust. Behind it, an entrance to a tunnel was revealed, drowned in darkness. Cold wind entered the production hall, making the awakened shiver. Even Moro herself suddenly felt uneasy, for whatever reason. With a frown, she lowered her hand and said evenly, "Clear the debris. The entrance should be wide enough for the cage to fit. Second cohort, scout out the tunnel and make sure that there are no blockages there." 7 awakened jumped down into the darkness, while the rest of her subordinates got busy preparing the hole she created for the creature's cage. The cohort in charge of keeping an eye on the abominations was going to bring it any minute now. Lowering the massive containment device down would not be easy, but they had come prepared. The man in the uniform of the evacuation army watched the process with a worried face. After a minute, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, I will be going, then. My job here is done?" Moro glanced at him indifferently. "Go." The thrall was of no use anymore. Their escape from the city would be handled by a different sleeper cell. If it was up to her, she would have gotten rid of the man and his people to clean up loose ends, but they could become useful in the future. Even mundanes could do a lot of harm if armed with the right tools. Although Moro felt it was beneath her to use vulgar weapons of the bygone era, in the grand scheme of things, not even crude instruments like that could be neglected. Others might not have known, but she understood what was at stake. The man disappeared, and the entrance to the tunnel was cleared. Their exodus from the underground factory was being dragged out, however, because the creature cage was slow to arrive. Moro felt irritated. Assemble into a battle formation. Prepare for an attack. A moment later, Moro reached through the phalanx to the cohort that had gone forward to scout out the tunnel. "Rikas, return immediately." There was a short span of silence, and then she heard the familiar voice of awakened Rikas. "Yes, sister. We are coming." Concerned, the warriors of Song swiftly assembled into a defensive formation. They stood near the entrance to the tunnel, looking nervously into the darkness of the production hall. The factory was silent. Soon, the silence was disturbed by a loud noise. With a screeching sound of rusted metal, a cargo elevator arrived. Its doors opened, revealing a massive cage of enchanted alloy. 7 awakened used all their strength to roll the cage forward. Moro secretly let out a relieved sigh. At least the creature is secured. Now, they were only missing the 2 messengers and the cohort that had entered the tunnel. "Rikas, how long before you arrive?" There was a stretch of silence again before he responded. Sister, we are coming. Moro frowned. The familiar voice persisted. We are. Something was very, very wrong with it. We are coming. The voice, it did not come from the phalanx. Instead, it came directly from the dark entrance of the tunnel. She looked into the hole, seeing only a boundless expanse of shadows. Then, something rolled out of the darkness. It was the severed head of awakened Rika's. Moro stared at the severed head for a split moment, feeling cold terror creep into her heart. The clean cut, the hollow emptiness of his dead eyes, the dark entrance into the tunnel behind. Were they all dead? A whole cohort of experienced, battle-hardened awakened warriors of the great clan song, wiped out in such a short span of time without making even a single sound. Had a human done that? No, that was impossible. Only Whispering Blade would have been capable of slaughtering them in such a manner. But then, Madoc would never lower himself to play with his prey. What kind of abomination was it, then? How had the Dogs of Valor allowed a monster like that to live freely under their city? New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Then, Moro scowled. Why was she scared? What was there to be scared of? Neither death nor nightmare creatures had ever frightened her before. Her people seemed to be shaken, too, so unbecoming of the elites of a great clan. A mental attack. The creature must have been employing some kind of beguilement. She growled, activate the mental resistance enchantments. At the same time, she raised her hand and clicked her fingers, sending a devastating sonic shockwave into the tunnel. A deafening boom rolled through the production hall, and a fountain of stone dust and debris shot out of the dark entrance. The awakened of song poured essence into the protective charms they carried. Instantly, it was as if they could breathe again. The memory of terror still lingered, though, gnawing at their willpower. There were 20 of them left, gathered in a circular defensive formation that had no blind zones, with a massive cage placed in the center. Moro stared in the direction of the tunnel tensely, wondering whether her attack caught the creature or not. When the echoes of the sonic boom died down and an unnerving silence settled over the production hall, she lingered for a moment, then gave the order to dismiss luminous memories. Trapped in a circle of light, they were too vulnerable. Instead of relying on natural vision, the messengers of song sacrificed a bit of essence to activate enchantments that granted them the ability to see in the dark. Instantly, the whole production hall was unveiled before them. Nothing could escape their gazes. A moment later, two things happened. First, a loud metallic click came from somewhere within the defensive formation, from the massive cage that contained the enthralled abomination. Second, a section of the production hall ceiling suddenly collapsed, and armored figures poured through the breach. A short time earlier, many levels above the production hall of the underground factory, Knight Amaran was standing in the middle of a wide corridor. He was surrounded by awakened of valor, who were stealthily moving forward. A woman in light armor fashioned out of abomination leather was making a report. Sir. We have dismantled the outer layers of the detection wards. The enemy should be right below us by now, but, moving further unnoticed will be hard. The elevator shafts are especially problematic. He looked down, then nodded. Try your best. His subordinate moved to return to her task, but at that moment, the floor trembled slightly. Amaran frowned. What? Why would the enemy abandon caution now? He raised his head to give an order, but at that moment, something flashed in the corner of his eye. Amaran swiftly turned, noticing the back of a small creature, some sort of a gremlin, scurrying into the darkness. His face darkened. Our presence has been discovered. There was another tremor, this one much stronger than the first. The worms had to be trying to collapse the wall of a tunnel in a hurry, hoping to escape. If so, he was going to have to disappoint them. Amaran had been planning to proceed further down quietly, even if it took more time. But now that such an approach was off the table, there was a need to accelerate things. There was a sword on his belt, and a war hammer on his back. Unsheathing the sword and pulling the hammer from its loop, Amaran bellowed, Warriors of Valor. With me. Then, he called upon his aspect and slammed the warhammer into the floor. A wave of crushing force traveled downward, piercing through multiple levels of the underground factory and opening a ravaged path to the main production hall. Without a moment of hesitation, Knight Amaran grinned and jumped down into the dark breach. Death to the enemy! Let no one escape! Some of his warriors were going to use flight memories to follow, others would rappel down. But Amaran himself had no need for these measures. He simply plummeted through the breach, falling into the darkness like a meteor of steel. Reaching the main production hall, he thrust his sword forward. Invisible force flowed off the blade, forming a brittle field below him, a series of them, actually, each as thin as a sheet of paper. Breaking through these invisible panes of force allowed Amaran to slow his fall. He landed on the floor in a roll and jumped to his feet a split second later, ready to attack and carve out a path for his men to follow. If everything went right, the enemy would have been surprised by the collapsing ceiling and the sudden arrival of a Valor Knight. Even if their shock did not last long, a few seconds would be enough. But he was not given a few seconds. Nothing went right from the start. As soon as Amaran and the first of his warriors landed, they were greeted by a devastating sonic boom. He felt a powerful shockwave travel through his body, almost strong enough to cause his organs to burst. Luckily, he was resilient enough to withstand it. The same couldn't be said for the awakened behind him. With pained screams, they dropped down, blood flowing from every orifice on their bodies. Dead. It was as though the enemy had been waiting in a battle formation, ready to defend themselves. How dare you? As more and more armored awakened poured through the breach, Amaran roared and dashed forward. There was something strange, though. At the last moment before his lunge, it was as if a drop of blood fell on his helmet from somewhere above. He did not pay it any attention. In front of him was a loose circle of awakened protecting something that resembled a large alloy crate. There was some kind of abominable monster inside. No doubt bringing a nightmare creature inside a human city was just what the witch, Beastmaster, would do. And allowing the crate to be smuggled into the city despite knowing about its contents was exactly what Valor would do, if it meant leaving the assassins no chance to escape. Amaran's gaze quickly found the leader of the Song infiltration team, a striking woman whose beauty could neither be hidden by unassuming civilian clothes nor blemished by an ugly scar running across her face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Moro. There were not that many masters in the world, and even fewer served the great clans directly. Of course, Amaran knew her. The scarred woman was a powerful opponent. Not as powerful as he was, of course. The enemy blundered in their attack, maybe because she had decided to accelerate the plan. The invisible assassin had revealed their presence too early, and instead of being surprised by the sudden breach of the production hall, the messengers of Song were ready for it. Which was why Moro managed to slay several of Valor awakened the moment they landed on the floor. Not their leader, though, a giant of a man wearing heavy armor and wielding both a sword and a warhammer. Her heart grew slightly cold. Knight Amaran. Even among the Knights of Valor, this zealot was known for his power and ruthlessness. He was a bit too straight of a tool, though. A man blessed with incredible strength, but very little imagination. A vicious smile appeared on Moro's face. I'll have a chance to bring back a fine trophy, then. She sent a sonic shockwave to prevent the knight from decimating the formation of Song's awakened, then swiftly looked at the breach. Just how many soldiers had Amaran brought to kill them? It was strange. There were not nearly as many as she would have expected. 1 cohort, 2, 3, 4, and that was it. If Valor knew in advance about the infiltration team, why would they only send that many? And there was something else. Instead of more cohorts of awakened, streams of blood flowed from the breach, crimson drops falling like rain. The soldiers of Valor who had already landed seemed shaken because of that. Moro hesitated. What is the meaning of this? Her hesitation only lasted a split second, however. Then, there was no more time to think. Amaran lunged forward, calling upon his aspect and bringing down an avalanche of destructive force upon the formation of the Song infiltrators. 2 waves of crushing power rolled forward from his weapons, only to shatter against the invisible bulwark of a sonic boom. The concrete floor was shattered as the whole factory trembled. A moment later, a swift silhouette shot toward him from the cloud of dust, Moro, her calm eyes full of cold murderous intent. Her shabby civilian clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of a slender enchanted armor hidden beneath. In her hand, there was a narrow blade that seemed too fragile to be used in actual combat. Amaran raised his sword, batting the blade away. At the same time, his hammer flew forward, the spike protruding from its top aimed precisely at the enemy's unprotected throat. However, as soon as his sword met the steel of Moro's weapon, there was a melodious ring. That ring suddenly magnified, crashing into him like a stone wall. Grimacing from pain piercing his ears, the Knight of Valor was thrown back. He rolled over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of his warriors. They were advancing, ready to clash with the awakened of Clan Song. Even though Amaran only saw them for a tiny sliver of a second, he noticed two things. First, the blood spilling from the breach in the roof of the main production hall. Second, the fact that only 4 of the 6 cohorts seemed to have made it down. Wrath ignited in his heart. Treacherous worms. One of Moro's cohorts was missing, and now, 2 of his own had failed to descend. It was not hard to understand what had most likely happened. The Damned Witch must have sent some of her people to ambush the warriors of valor on the upper levels of the factory. To sacrifice their lives so that the rest could escape. A cunning maneuver, albeit a fruitless one. It was of no use. Even with the missing cohort buying the infiltrators time with their blood, the force of Song was still hopelessly outmatched. Moro was desperate. And wouldn't she be? The executioner she faced was none other than Amaran. The sword of valor was inescapable. Even more frustratingly, the knight was using his aspect to wrap himself in a thin layer of protective force, stifling all sounds that could have resulted from their clash. Still, it was just a matter of time before he made a mistake. Moro was confident. Just a dozen seconds later, however, her confidence waned. Not because she felt pressured by Amaran, and she did, of course. A Knight of Valor was not an enemy to be taken lightly. No, it was because Moro was suddenly unsure of how much time she had left. Because their soldiers were dying too quickly. All of them were the absolute elites of the awakened world, so their battle was unsurprisingly intense and bloody. The whole factory was quaking and convulsing from the magnitude of the unleashed violence, as if on the verge of collapsing. Before it did, they would have to escape to the streets. And yet, the battle was somehow too bloody, and too lethal. There were too many corpses on the ground already, especially at the edges of the formation, where the fighting was supposed to be less intense. Moro remembered that the assassin Amaran had sent ahead of the main force was still here, somewhere, in the production hall. That could have been an explanation, if not for the fact that there were more of Valor warriors dying than that of Song. Something strange was going on. Moro deflected a glancing blow from Amaran's sword and evaded the beak of the warhammer, pushing forward to deliver a strike of her own. I am missing something. Something is not right. Even though she was suppressing the valiant knight, and even though her soldiers were seemingly prevailing against the servants of valor. A cold, unsettling feeling slowly found its way into Moro's heart. Knight Amaran was forceful and oppressive, his every move bringing with it a promise of death. And yet, neither his sword nor his hammer could reach her. Not even his insidious aspect was enough to bring Moro down. She had slain nightmare creatures more dangerous than this ascended warrior. She had slain more dangerous humans, too. Amaran's warriors were valiant and skilled, each at the very pinnacle of what an awakened could achieve. Numbers were on their side, and yet, for each messenger of Song that fell, 2 of Valor's dogs died. Their trap had turned out to be strangely clumsy and inefficient. By now, Moro knew that there was a possibility of victory unless the enemy received reinforcements soon. They would be able to escape and carry out the plan. However, she was missing something. Which was why Moro allowed her attention to wander. Being distracted in a fight against someone like Amaran was tantamount to suicide, but she did so nevertheless. Her blade failed to reach the knight's armor again. Her body received several ghastly wounds because of her inattention. More and more awakened died around them. But Moro coldly continued to observe. And then, she saw it, a warrior of valor, falling down with a pained scream, blood streaming from his torn neck. Only there had been no one near to tear it. It was subtle and almost unnoticeable in the havoc of the battle, but she saw it clearly. The nearest of her soldiers was too busy defending against too powerful awakened. It could not have been a ranged attack, either, the angle was all wrong. It was as if darkness itself reached forth and sliced the man's throat open with sharp claws. Moro's eyes darted to the opposite side of the formation, just in time to see one of Song's awakened die. His hands suddenly bloomed with blood, and so, the attacking soldier of valor received a chance to plunge her weapon into the slit of his visor. The hand of her subordinate had been severed completely, a clean, fierce cut that sliced through armor, flesh, and bone as if not meeting any resistance. Only, the weapon that had killed her man was a spear. There was no way it could deliver a cut like that. Moro suddenly felt cold. There is another here. There was something insidious and sinister moving unseen through the darkness, slaughtering the men of both valor and Song indiscriminately. Silently. Inescapably. The image of a severed head rolling from the dark entrance of the tunnel suddenly surfaced in her mind. Moro's blood turned to ice. Who was it? What was it? What had they unleashed from that darkness? Shaking these infantile thoughts, she snarled. Does it matter? It did not. Whatever it was, she would destroy it, just like she was going to destroy these wretched minions of the King of Swords. The source of this content no/v/l/by/n. He raised his sword, ready to send a wave of force at the back of the escaping woman. But then, a vague silhouette suddenly lunged at him from the side. Reacting on instinct, Amiran lashed out with his hammer. The attacker dove beneath it and delivered a strike with a sharp, narrow stiletto. Pathetic. One of Song's worms must have already recovered enough to attack. The Knight of Valor simply moved his arm, shielding those seams of his armor that protected vital organs. All the attacker could do was drive his stiletto between the rear brace and the cooter, and even then just by a centimeter or two, delivering an insignificant wound to his elbow. The next moment, Amiran counterattacked, forcing the unclear figure to stagger away. The attacker seemed to dissolve into darkness, as if she had never existed at all. Coward! Amiran growled and continued his pursuit. What had that cowardly attack achieved? Nothing. Moro would still not escape. He prepared to deliver another strike, but then suddenly swayed. He felt weak. Confused and suddenly unsettled, Amiran glanced at his elbow, where a few drops of blood seeped from beneath the impregnable plates of his armor. The blood, why did it seem almost black? The knight's eyes widened slightly. Poison? A few moments later, jumping over the corpses of her people, Moro reached the containment cage. She groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and used the only hand she could move to strike at the seal. There was no complicated procedure to opening the cage. The key to its magical lock was simple, it was blood. Blood of Song. Moro's fist left a bloody imprint on the plate of the seal, and it seemed to ignite, burning away in an instant. The clasps holding the cage closed fell away, and it burst open. Inside was a creature so ghastly and revolting that anyone would have been terrified to see it. But Moro only smiled. She grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Go. Slaughter everyone who is not Song. To the surface. The creature unfolded from within the cage and moved, following her command. But, what was that? Why was the abomination bleeding? There were several thin, shallow cuts on its gray hide, seemingly delivered by a blade so sharp as to be perfect. And its many eyes, why were they not full of hollow obedience? Instead, they were brimming with something else. Madness. Boundless, murderous madness. And hunger. The creature escaped its cage. It was a revolting thing, a towering mass of gray flesh with 100 nimble limbs and a scattering of huge, eerily human-like eyes. All of them burned with delirious frenzy. Its enormous body continued to unfold, occupying much more space on the outside of the container than there had been on the inside. Its limbs moved, sharp claws shooting in all directions. Moro might have been able to resist the terrifying abomination if she had been prepared. But she wasn't. Her body had been battered and wounded, and her mind was momentarily frozen by the visage of the creature that had somehow escaped its enthrallment. She was slow to react by only a split second, but that was all it took. Her figure disappeared in a tide of slithering grey limbs, and, just like that, an ascendant of the great clan song had been killed. Amaran watched her die with an incredulous expression. Such irony. The witch had been slain by her own pet abomination. The death of a powerful enemy should have brought him joy, but he felt a grim sense of dread instead. After all, the creature had to be dealt with. And Amaran, despite his pride and strength, was not confident in his chances. He would have been a fool not to recognize the revolting monstrosity for what it was, a corrupted. And of a high class, from the looks of it. A devil? No, worse than that, a tyrant. These crazy wretches, they smuggled a corrupted tyrant into a human city? They were planning to unleash that thing within a siege capital's walls? Of course, Amaran himself was among the people who had knowingly allowed the corrupted tyrant to be smuggled into a human city, because it suited their goals. The hypocrisy of his contempt did not escape him, but he brushed it off. There was no time to ponder such matters. Because the tyrant was starting to move. There were still a couple dozen awakened left alive in the ruined production hall, all dazed by Moro's dreadful wail. Some of them belonged to Clan Valor, and some of them belonged to Clan Song. However, at the moment, their allegiance did not matter. The abomination did not care about whom they served, after all. Some hesitantly joined the attack on the tyrant. Some tried to attack fellow humans despite the situation; those were cut down first. Some even tried to escape. The cowards did not make it far. Amaran was too busy to notice who had killed them, but none managed to disappear into the dark mouth of the tunnel. The wall of grey flesh and countless limbs surged at the rest of them. I have to destroy it. I have to. I have. In his heart, Amaran knew that a corrupted tyrant was not an enemy he could hope to slay alone. Especially not poisoned and drained by his fight against the cursed witch, Moro, but this one was strangely weak. Maybe it was weakened by being locked in the enchanted cage for so long, or maybe it was simply the type of tyrant whose power lay in a legion of minions. It was also rabid and crazed, almost unintelligent. Fighting the creature was no different from fighting a powerful monster, if not for the puppets it could create. So, there was a chance, no matter how small. The awakened died, only to be turned into puppets. The puppets were destroyed in turn. The shambling horror of grey flesh received numerous wounds, many of its long limbs were crushed or severed. The factory seemed to be coming undone. I will destroy it. Even when the last of the awakened under his command died, Amaran persisted. His sword flashed over and over again, and waves of invisible force crashed into the massive body of the creature in a constant stream. His lungs were burning, and his veins were full of poison. His essence was running dry. But he refused to fail the mission; he had to prevail. And then, miraculously, Amaran did. The puppets that were reaching out to grab him suddenly swayed, and then fell down. The towering, desiccated mass of grey flesh convulsed, and lifelessly sprawled on the cracked floor. The spell spoke into his ears. He swayed, struggling to believe in what he saw, and fell to one knee. He was utterly spent and barely able to move. And yet, he had won. Knight Amaran drew in a hoarse breath. I won. In the silence that followed, a cold voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Did you? He flinched and turned around, glancing up. Above him stood a dark apparition. A fiend in fearsome black armor, wearing a demonic mask that was crowned by 3 twisting horns. In the mask's eyes, there was nothing but darkness. What? Who is? The mask moved slightly, and the 2 pools of darkness stared directly into Amaran's soul, making him shudder. The apparition spoke. I guess you did. A moment later, a cold blade slid silently into the slit of Amaran's visor, ending his life. You have slain an ascended human, Amaran. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny stood for a moment above the knight's corpse, waiting for the enchanted armor to dissipate into a whirlwind of crimson sparks. Then, he used shadows to turn his gauntlet into a fearsome claw and struck down a few times. It was not in his habit to mutilate the bodies of his enemies, but he had to mask the initial blade wound that had killed the fearsome master. With that, his task here was finished. Sunny tilted his head and thought with a bit of detachment, that went more smoothly than I had expected. Wiping out 10 cohorts of elite awakened and 2 legacy masters had turned out to be easier than he would have thought. A force like that, if Sunny had not intervened, their battle would inevitably spill out into the streets above. No matter how sudden Valor's ambush was, the assassins of Song were not pushovers, especially their leader. They would have retreated and eventually made their way to the surface. But he had prevented that. Sunny became aware of the infiltration team's location thanks to the gloomy shadow, which had followed them all the way back to this siege capital from Clan Song's territory. After locating the assassins, finding the soldiers of Valor was not hard, he just had to send his other shadows to scour the surrounding area. Then, what he needed to do was make sure that the two forces annihilated each other completely and with no collateral damage. Sadly, the infiltrators moved earlier than expected, almost giving Knight Amaran and his soldiers a slip. Sunny had to stall them a little, so he silently killed the 2 messengers the Ascended of Song, he thought her name was Moro, sent to retrieve the cohort guarding the cage. Then, using Shadow Step to move unseen, he entered the tunnel and waited there until the scouts arrived. That was probably the hardest part of the entire mission, killing 7 powerful awakened before they could make a sound was not easy, even for him. He would have summoned Saint, but she could not share the benefits of wearing Weaver's mask. So Sunny ended up using Shadow Manifestation to strike simultaneously at all 7. He then pushed the extraordinary rock into the mouth of the leader of the cohort and threw the severed head back into the production hall to create a distraction. The despicable zealot actually thought that he had won, while in reality, his defeat was meticulously orchestrated from the very start. Now, silence settled over the ruined production hall. 10 cohorts of awakened, humans, were dead. None managed to escape into the streets of the city. No refugee was swallowed by their empty feud. The warriors of Song had sword wounds on their bodies, while the warriors of Valor were seemingly killed by sharp claws. The massive abomination was turned to paste by Amaran's aspect. The picture of what had happened here was clear. The two forces obliterated each other, with the tyrant succumbing to the wounds delivered by the valiant knight. Did Sunny feel guilty about bringing these awakened to their deaths? He had just murdered 70 people, after all. Much more than he had in his entire life, not counting those from the nightmares. Did it matter that the 70 people he murdered were themselves murderers? Not really. And he did not really care, either. Unlike the millions of people who had perished in Falcon Scott, they got what they deserved. If there was one thing Sunny regretted, it was that Amaran actually managed to land the last strike on the tyrant, somehow. That was a frustrating loss. Throwing one last glance at the scene of carnage, Sunny shook his head in dejection. And disappeared into the shadows, as if he had never been here at all. Updated from